crank up back to back. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh, I just want it all. I just want it all.
If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better ask somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty. I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. It's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose if I'm to go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my whole aesthetic. Vegas don't listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Cool riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone.
Welcome to the penultimate Fortnite Reload Elite Series Heat Finals. We got 3 more spots up in the LAN finals for grabs today, but who is going to be taking them? I'm Frankie Ward. I am joined by the fabulous Mini Miner and Reese Hub. You were so good in the Reload Elite Series earlier this year, Reese. We had to bring you back. I hope it wasn't too hard to get hold of you.
No, very, very easy as always. My inbox is always open. Don't give me a ring.
Okay, great. Well, there you go. Chat, everyone watching right now, Reese is open to offers. Mini Miner, how about you? Not open to offers, but how are you feeling about tonight's show?
Feeling great, yeah. It's my first show here on the Reload Elite Series, so I'm really, really excited for it. Excited for the competition. Of course, we've already had 2 of these finals, so we're going to get a different winner this time as well, which is going to be great to see. Lots of change. Of course, we're going to go through all of them. New maps, so much has changed. So really excited to see how things go down tonight.
Yeah, Heats 1 and 2 were on the Slurp Rush map, but we're going to be on the small and mighty Elite Stronghold map today. And I can't wait to see what the players are going to be doing on this map. 5 POIs. There's going to be, well, less Slurp because there's not going to be a trock on every corner. There's more loot chests, though, and more launch pads, Reese.
Yes, absolutely. I've got roughly around 44% more loot. There's been a bunch of changes since this map actually was released, so there's way more loot on it now. And looking at the drop map and seeing how teams are already split around this already, it seems like there's not that many teams contested. So because there's actually so many chests, I'm not sure what the off-spawn action is going to look like. In some of the earlier rounds, saw quite a lot of fighting, but of course, this is a finals where people care a little bit more about all the money and the prize and money that's in here, so...
Yeah, of course. I mean, you mentioned it right there as well, Frankie. 5 POIs down from 8 in the Slurp Rush map. So it kind of changes a lot of those dynamics. There's a few of those sort of underground areas as well, which I really like. Of course, you get those teleporters as well. So much more loot for teams to get. So I think it makes those sort of split drops a lot more viable. I think that's why we see a lot less of those contest stations. And even on those contest stations, are they even going to fight on the map? We'll have to wait and see later on. Unlikely, I think, based on how things are going. So from what we've seen so far, it's a really exciting map. It's very endgame focused and really, really exciting to watch.
Can we call taking the teleporters taking the tube?
We could try,
I suppose.
We could try.
It's a very London reference. Maybe one day we'll get a Reload Elite Series final in London. Guys, I'm manifesting. But speaking about mobility then, Mini Miner, what kind of items are going to be seeing our duos through to the end game?
Well, we're seeing a lot of teams doing this in the end game, Reese. It's using the combination, the Flowberry Fizz, the Overdrive Grenade, and then, of course, those launch pads that you can actually carry in your inventory. So it's a lot of investment in terms of inventory slots, but then this is what you can do in the end game. You can fly up way above everyone else and then skip a lot of that end game to then not have to get looked at by height as well. So it allows them to save so many more materials and even using the bush as well, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do that strat, you can basically go 327 meters up into the sky, which is slightly above render distance, actually. And as you mentioned, we got the clip here from Dexy doing this with the bush means that if you actually get shot, then you're going to miss that first damage. So you're actually not going to take any. They're an item that spawns throughout the map, and most people are just grabbing them and throwing them on. So this strat, very interesting because, again, you can skip a moving zone or 2. But very interesting, I looked through all of the teams who remain in this, and not a single one of them actually qualified through to the finals. So I want to see if teams are still going to be actually trying to do that in this or not.
But Reese, it's a set lobby tonight, right? That can make all the difference.
Absolutely, it is. Yes, of course we have a very set 20 teams in, so you're gonna have sometimes, right, a team might say let's do this in the heats where it won't work there, and you'll see teams that all just learn that strat, and now that you've actually got the time to VOD review, they might try and implement it here.
Well, let's take a look at some stats for the weapons, see if that's changed since our last heat. And if you take a look at the top, the iron pump shotgun, I have to say, Reese, I'm surprised to see that is the dominant weapon being used in these fights.
Of course. Look, a lot of people will be looking at the cube rifle, I know, but let's be real, it's still a W key meta, right? It's reload, you get into a lot of action, you get into a lot of fights, so I don't think it's that surprising to see iron pump and pump shotgun way still up at the top, but there might be something else for the cube rifle later.
Yeah, the cube rifles is one of those where it's not necessarily about the player damage. I think a lot of people are looking at the play or the cube rifle gameplay. You're not looking at it as a player versus player item. I think the structure damage is, of course, really where things sort of come into play with that, and particularly in endgame, we're seeing so many teams using it. Yeah, it's not at the very top of the structure damage stats from previous heats as well. So it's like, how is that going to sort of change things? I suppose the reason for it, Reese, is the fact that the cube rifle is just really, really difficult to get. So although it's not the weapon, the item that's doing the most structure damage, I think the fact that it's third, despite the fact that it's now been nerfed in terms of its drop rate, is still so strong and so impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, looking through the heat, I think there was somewhere between 3 to 6 per every single lobby, right? So that meant that you had some duos who had 2 who were carrying them. Sometimes you just have 1 every now and then, you know. Reason, no, really. You know, I was watching through some of the qualifiers. Yeah, they got kind of lucky on the RNGs when it came to cube rifle spawns. It allowed them to set up and play height and do stuff like this.
Yeah, and when you get one of these cube rifles now, you just have to make the most of it, because look at what it can do, especially if you're on height like Reason is here, spraying on down, using those cubes to then, of course, do so much structure damage. It was actually nerfed a little bit lately as well, but it's still just so strong. And I think that sort of changes the way you play your game. If you're able to get one of these cube rifles, not only are you able to play so well from height, Reese, it's also a great tool to actually take height as well. You can, of course, shoot it up at the team that's already up there and then go ahead and take it. So definitely look out for some of those players using this item today.
We don't just have the cube rifle in play, though. There's some mythics and exotics on this map that are super fun to play with, but are they big game changers for the players tonight, Miniminer?
Well, I think they can be, and I think this is what I really like about Reload and what this sort of format brings, is the fact that you do have to think on your feet a little bit. You have to be adaptable, and you also have to sort of know a lot about the game. You can come up with sort of any of these sort of exotic and mythic weapons that maybe you haven't seen for a few seasons, a few chapters even as well, where you're like, oh, what does this actually do? So having that knowledge, Reese, of knowing, okay, this is a weapon that's going to allow us to go over high. This is a weapon that maybe we need to play a little bit more low ground, or even in some cases, this is a weapon that can actually change our entire game. It's going to be really valuable. So look out for teams that are actually, of course, using these items and see how good they have in terms of games.
Absolutely, and like looking through the heat, I saw it was Vico, I think, had the Lawless Stink Rifle, which just shoots stink grenades over and over and over again. I think he got 10 eliminations with it in one of the end games, which was unbelievable. So, you know, if you manage to get the good RNG, the good luck in Reload, like, you definitely have to be able to make the most of it.
Well, we've got 20 duos in the lobby tonight. We'll be talking about some that we have our eyes on in a moment. But let's check in with our casters, Taco and Takata, to see who they're expecting big things from.
I'm gonna be shameless about it, Frankie. I want to see Akira and Karama make it through to the EWC LAN qualification, and it starts in today's competition. These guys are moving with a lot of momentum, Takata. I mean, first place finish in yesterday's Div Cup finals, and not to mention that during their actual heats, they had 3 different victory royales throughout those 8 matches. So that's a very good course to kind of set forward with if they're able to bring that here today.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Akira Kurama, and they have not been disappointing recently, even in the second chance, qualifying themselves in first place to the Major 1 Summit LAN. Like you mentioned, Taco, yesterday, first place Div Cup finals. I mean, it seems that all that's left for this duo is getting top 3 today and qualifying themselves to the EWC LAN.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit more complicated just knowing that there is going to be, I think, a lot stricter for the leaderboard just because we only had 2 teams that are already qualified. But first and foremost, we got to get back and see what the Des has to say for everything else.
Well, I'm going to say, Taco, if you want to wear the Gentlemates jersey, you're going to have to speak some French to get those fans on side. So we'll have a conversation in the green room after tonight's show. But let's take a look at our lobby list and see some more of the duos who are going to be competing for the top prize tonight, because there's money on the line, not just qualification for that LAN final. Because Sky and Scroll, they've already qualified. They are playing tonight. They seem unstoppable right now, Reese Hub. And they're the ones to beat tonight, it seems.
Absolutely. You know, any tournament these guys are in right now, I'm just like, I guess they're just winning. Yeah, fine, I guess Sky and Scroll are going to be first. They're going to be my prediction. They won FNCS, they won 2 division cups. You know, they didn't manage to win any of these qualifiers outside of their heat. Obviously, they absolutely dominated there, with Scroll getting 42 eliminations by himself. The second highest, by the way, being Darm, who had 34. So 8 more than second. So these guys are looking absolutely primed up in the mode.
Yeah, they're the talk of the town at the moment, really, in EU. They're the team that everyone's looking at as the best team in the region. Of course, they won the major finals, grand finals recently as well. And I'm really intrigued to see what they actually end up doing today. They're contesting Thomas HD. We spoke about it a little bit earlier on, how that contestation is going to go, likely to be a bit of a split drop, see how things are going to play out for them, because, of course, there's so much space, there's so much loot there. But I think the thing that I'm going to be really intrigued at is how they're actually going to play here, because, of course, they qualified through in that very first week. They're already qualified for the LAN. So how are they going to change things up now that they can actually play a final? Because remember, they didn't make week 2 finals, so now they're in a finals lobby. They have the sort of the chains are off for them, if you like, so they can just sort of play their own game, and that's going to be a really exciting thing to watch today.
Yeah, because I feel like that's why we didn't see them last time, Mini Minor, was because they were so focused on qualifying for the Major 1 Summit. And they're also the Major 1 champions, so it was time well spent. So we'll see lots from these guys tonight, I am sure. And we're going to see, as you've mentioned, them dropping Elite Armory, where Focus and Thomas are also dropping. This is a duo we haven't seen make a Heat Finals of the Fortnite Reload Elite Series so far. And yet these are fighters. We're expecting them to do well, Mini.
Yeah, we are. I think they placed 6th and 7th in their heats previously. They've just been so close to qualifying through into these finals. I think the narrative for this team so far this season has just been sort of the fact that they are two very individual players. They didn't necessarily have that, especially going into the major finals, have that cohesion, that ability to play together as a team like a Sky and Scroll. But so far, recently, the performances have been excellent. They came 2nd in the Div Cup last night as well, so they're on form at the moment. And it just seems like everything is coming together for them at the right time, because we know how good these guys can be individually. It's whether they can do it now across the course of the 8 games and qualify through.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you just said there. My analysis has been very similar, just saying that they've been two very solo individual players. But, you know, looking through how they played coming through into like the major finals from FNCS, like, I agree, that's I think the best I've seen them ever play. And now that this is the first time we're able to see them here in the Reload, I'm expecting big things. They're basically one of, you know, EU's basically got like 4 big teams who are at the top of every single leaderboard right now. And these are the only one of those who has not qualified through. So, you know, first finals for them, I'm expecting big things.
Can we bring up the lobby list, please? Because I'm curious about this next duo, Clapsy and Cowden. One of the reasons I feel like we're talking about them is because they're Danish, because I don't understand what else there is to say about them right now. This is the first official broadcast we've seen them on this year, Rizab.
Are you trying to say there's a bias here towards Danish teams? I would never make a suggestion like that. No, the reason we're talking about them is because we've never talked about them before. I was doing my research, I was looking through, I was like, who is this team who's just won their heat? Dominated their heat, I would actually say. Yeah. And they've never qualified to a Division Cup finals. They've not made an FNCS finals. They've not even made a heat in the Reload until then. And now they've just come through in their final heat here, and they've just dominated, winning through. So this is now their first time actually making a set lobby in, well, outside of the heat, of course, in this entire year. So I'm very interested to see how they're going to play coming to this finals and if they're a kind of one-hit wonder or not.
I absolutely love a story like this because you just don't know what you're going to get. There's such a big question mark around these guys, not even just not making a finals here, but not making a finals in anything. So it's like, what are we going to expect? How are they going to play it out? They're landing at the sort of northwest side of the map. On the map at the moment, they are down as contested, but there is a lot of loot in that area. There's sort of a lot of underground areas. They seem to just kind of find their loot and scrap loot around that area, which a lot of teams can do now. I think the main concern for them today is going to be Cammy and Hari just towards the southeast of them. On top of that hill, a little bit of elevation, they could cause them a few problems because we know what Cammy can do in these sort of set lobby situations. So interested to see how that sort of area of the map does sort of transpire today. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. But in terms of skill, in terms of ability, they seem to just be playing perfect Fortnite right now. Can they translate it into a final though? That's the big question.
Well, let's bring up the lobby list one more time. Before we talk about last year, I actually want to draw your attention to the fact that there are so many experienced names in the lobby tonight. We are going to have a fantastic night of Fortnite. But let's talk about Pablo and Chino, because this is a duo already qualified for the August LAN finals. They are so consistent. We're expecting them to make all of the end games mini minor, and they really are contenders for the top spot tonight.
Yeah, fantastic team. And I think now, I mean, bar Sharkantini, I suppose the best team in this format. They got 3rd and 4th in their first 2 finals here. Now, of course, qualifying to this finals without Sharkantini in the lobby. Going to be so valuable because I think you want to be known as the best Reload team going into the LAN. You want to be known as that team that everyone's scared of. So if they can put in a big performance today, it's going to be absolutely huge. And I think this sort of format, Reese, I think it really suits their play style. They're very aggressive. They find a lot of eliminations. They're always in that sort of top 3 in terms of eliminations, in terms of teams. So really excited to see what they can do today. Again, another team that we're expecting to see a lot from an endgame as well.
Definitely. I 100% agree with you. I think this team is the best team in the lobby when it comes to Reload. You know, look at their performance, their consistency over the last year, well, ish, around that time. They have been unbelievable. As I mentioned, the best average placement outside of Sharkantini, who aren't here, so the best average placement of the teams who are in this lobby. So no doubt that they're a top pick whatsoever.
All right then, guys, it's going to be our first tournament that we are seeing on the Elite Stronghold map. Does that mean that we are going to potentially see a Clapsy and a Keld surprise us all and taking it, or do you think it's just going to be a comfort zone for our most experienced names, Reese?
Honestly, it's probably just going to be a topple for the normal teams that we always see at the top of the leaderboards, you know, the kind of Sky Scrolls, the Focuses, Thomases, and whatnot. But at the end of the day, every single time you look through a leaderboard for Reload Elite Series, there's 1 or 2 or 3 teams who just are specifically very good at this mode. So for Claps and Killed, it could just be that's them for them.
Okay, well, we are ready to get into our first game of 8 tonight. So, Alonzi, let's head over to Taco and Takata.
Oui. That's about all you're going to get from me on this one, Frankie, okay? But look, Takata, the reality is we have 8 lobbies to build through here today, but what we're looking for is 3 new competitors to lock in for the EWC LAN competition, and I know that everybody has definitely got their eyes set on that battle bus.
Yeah, there's 2 duos that have already qualified in previous Reload Elite Series finals. We have Sky Scroll, Chino Pablo, so if they do end up getting top 3, it could bump, you know, the qualification range to a top 5. So we'll see how it plays out. Also, you know, first finals on the new map. I'm excited to see how it goes.
It'll definitely be interesting. I think that we're always going to have to keep an avid eye out for what players are choosing to kind of lean their eyes towards. There's definitely certain weapons I think that we're all going to have to keep a pretty strong eye out for. And I think just generally speaking, I'm expecting that some of the players, they're always going to try to just get off to a hot start. So let's see how game 1 actually shapes up.
You can say it, Taco. Cube Rifle, have it in mind. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, spawn rate is down.
I wasn't trying to be that direct.
Yeah, look, Reese was saying it. What, maybe like 3 to 6 a game in the heats now? Maybe we could expect 0 to 3, so probably no longer like both players of a duo having a Cube Rifle, but it's going to be exciting. There's less POIs on the map, more overall loot, and obviously less slurps, so Ari.
Should be an interesting ramp up though. Given that Hari already trying to get active. Teams specifically looking for those early eliminations. One of the best parts about today's competition is just knowing that there won't be an elimination cap. They don't have to stress about being locked into just the first 10. They can just try to go buck wild, and 3 points per Takata. That's an easy way to make up for some placements.
Yep, you can get 60 for the VR, 3 per elimination. As a reminder too, 30K first place today, 20K second, 14K third. We're not just playing for the qual. There is a lot of money on the line.
Things a little bit more quiet though, and this is definitely what the desk was anticipating in advance. Elite Armory just a little bit easier to kind of split the difference between. So for Focus, Thomas HD, one of the duos that's definitely looking to try and confirm their position for a LAN qualification spot. But when you're contending with a duo potentially like Scroll and Sky, it can be a little bit dicey here, Takata, because things might be, you know, passive currently, but that could shift. I mean, do you really want to try and prevent strong competition? It's really the question that we have to extend towards Sky and Scroll's direction.
Time will tell. I mean, Mindy was saying, a lot of people, I think, are assuming here it's going to end up with a split, but like you mentioned, things can change as the day goes on. Thomas HD and Focus, I'm excited. I'm really excited for this duo. They have just been getting better and better as the season has gone on. And, you know, with a solid shot at qualifying today, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, maybe a slight bummer after yesterday. They nearly managed to bring home a Div Cup Finals win, but new day, new opportunity. And they'll definitely have their eyes set on that qual spot. But Clapsy, Yell, trying to get off to a hot start, but it's gonna be a whiff to open. Kashi will be the one to actually pull through here. The lurk attempt, no bueno to start things off, and now Kiel have to wait and see. But his duo might become a victim here, because fighting Kashi, they are gonna be more than content to potentially try and just beam him out the sky every single time.
Complete bailout. It's not the way you want to kick off your first finals. In general, I mean, not just a Reload Elite Series finals, even FNCS finals. This is a duo that hasn't been in any before, but they still ended up first, dominating their heat. So a lot of eyes on them today. I'm curious to see if they can hold up.
On the bright side, Kiel does have that full slapperoni pizza. It's just going to be hard for him to actually regroup. Clapsy gonna try to get a little bit of space, but y'all just kind of forced to stay lurking. Out of sight, out of mind, but at the same time, Gashi and Farron, they're fully aware of the fact that there might be somebody nearby. Stroky Cammy, other teams always in our rear view, but Cammy and Hari, no surprise to see teams choosing to play a little bit of storm side positioning.
And you can afford to do that, especially in reload in this early game. You know, we don't have the slurps to kind of recuperate a lot of your shield HP as you rotate through, but more than enough loot in terms of mobility, you know, the overdrive fizz. I'm curious to see how the pads play out in these end games, considering, you know, the caliber of competition here in the finals. And even Reese was mentioning a lot of the kind of teams that focused heavily on those launch pad strats didn't actually make it. So we'll see how that goes.
I think it'll just be a lot more emphasis on the Flowberry Fizz and Overdrive Grenade. Try and get yourself out of render distance action. That was definitely a big priority for a lot of teams in those endgame moments throughout heats. That was definitely very picked up on by teams that have been doing their homework for VOD review in case they hadn't been implementing that strategy as often. I'm sure that that's something that they'll be looking to revisit here today, but Pablo Chino, one of those duos, content to just play out their white heels, currently in Storm, tank up a little bit. This is a bit of a shakeup right now, though, for Reason and Noah Riley, because one thing that was very prevalent in Reason's loadout throughout heats was that Q rifle. But that nerf of the drop rates already seemingly having a little bit of impact here. Oof.
Looks like the tables have turned, though, against Reason. Issue is, if he does end up getting this elimination, he could be right back feeling like home with a Q rifle once again, but with that initial impact completely taking out his shield, causing him to drop the pizza box. You can only tell that this fight might not be one he wants to take.
One of the primary issues, though, with that Q rifle is that it's just hard to close the distance, because when a player utilizes it properly and you're consistently double tagging the cube shot and getting that explosion radius to kind of come out, it's very difficult to avoid a lot of the brunt of that damage here. But Sky, Scroll might be getting a little aggressive. They just want to play for the supply drop for right now. Have to remember, these have a tendency to kind of lend players a little bit of insight for which direction these zones are going to be headed, so no surprise here that teams are kind of circling around them. But Skyjump Mumsy trying to see if they can win out here against Reason and Noah Riley. This could be a big opening statement from both of these duos. Who's going to be the first to fall?
Reason has the eye on the prize. Dopamine rushing high as the aggression continues here. You can afford to take these fights, especially early on in this match, but no big shots connecting on Reason's end. He has been dropped to 19 shield, as now Skyjump has overtaken the height.
Skyjump from a completely separate angle, going to be able to tag some more damage there for Reason, but Noah Riley doing a great job trying to play the supportive measures here, but he's got to be wary himself. Now getting double aggressed on by Mumsy and Skyjump. That cube rifle just battering the walls, and Reason won't be able to escape it. Mumsy and Skyjump are going to be one of the first duos to claim 4 eliminations here on the day, but the shutdown on Reason and Noah Riley, that is a huge bummer currently for those two. They'll have to wait out and see what happens in lobby number 2, but that was already a lot of potency on that cube rifle.
It's terrifying when you see the big, just purple cube going at you, and you just kind of know that this is probably the end. We'll see how the end game plays out. Sky and Scroll, though, positioned very nicely, as well as a lot of the other teams here.
Certainly going to have to keep track on how the high ground actually shapes up later on. Checking back in, though, Kiro for Strokey. Last time we saw them was over near top tier training. And they don't have any eliminations yet, but that could always change at a moment's notice. Definitely anticipating more of these teams kind of just waiting out for that 7th zone appearance. That's the moment where you're really going to want to go for those eliminations, knowing that teams won't have the possibility to reboot.
We're in 5th zone. Reboots won't be disabled until 7th appears, so still a bit of time here. Issue is, even if you have reloads. You don't want it to happen. I mean, getting beamed out of the sky with the aim of the players in this lobby is a very likely outcome if you end up going down, and your overall trajectory in the match is just going to go downhill from there. Swizzy Pixie. Little pressure on their builds, but nothing too chaotic yet.
Not really getting lobbied exactly, but kind of touching back on even the Des bringing it up, you know, Reese highlighted the fact there is more loot overall, but the problem is a lot of it just tends to be focalized inside of the actual POI. So whenever there are teams where they lose one of their duo members and you're trying to touch back down, it can be difficult to recuperate a lot of your loadout because of the fact that it's just so much more spread out across this map. It's very, very difficult, I think, to find the same recovery as what we've noticed in previous reload instances, especially playing off of that Slurp Rush map. So have to wait and see which teams struggle, which teams are able to overcome. Cami Hottie, though, they're chilling for right now.
19 duos still up. Reason and Co. only players that have fallen so far as a full team. Kira Kurama making their rotate through ahead of zone, just like Thomas and Focus here.
Both teams just narrowly managing to avoid the other, but it's never comfortable when your neighbors are right next to you. Not in this type of lobby. Thomas, Focus, adamant as ever, making sure to continue to try and keep an eye. He's actually heading towards the high ground. Darm Deemish, another team though that had a really strong performance in their heats. Believe that they pulled out a first place finish, so they have played in every single one of these Reload Elite Series finals, and now they're looking to see if third time's the charm. Can they find their spot for that EWC LAN? It starts by not getting eliminated on these next couple of rotates. Lose some shield, but they've got the shield potions to recover it.
Yeah, in terms of loadout, it's looking promising. They just can't go down with just materials still in the inventory. Comeback as well. Nice weapons.
I want to see Comeback and Seti and what they're able to do on height. Sometimes you have to wonder if it's a little bit of a strategy too for players to conserve what they're actually holding on to, but Darm more than happy to let the rest of the lobby know that there is a cube rifle at his disposal here. Gandry now trying to see if he can fight back, but it is just overwhelming power from Darm and Deemish. 2 eliminations now. Another duo has fallen. Outside the zone for the time being, but they're just trying to open things up and wait. Try and gauge whether or not, but I kind of like seeing that rotation from Momsy and Skyjump. They're avoiding a lot of the line of sight from other players, and it almost looks like they're trying to set up for a height hold. And that's definitely where they want to be with that cube rifle.
For Clapsy and Killed, there's a lot on the line for this duo. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to perform. Will they feel any pressure? They were incredibly dominant in their heats, despite their lack of finals performances in general, even just participating in finals. So now first end game to show it off. We'll see if there are any nerves affecting them. Momsy Skyjump, though, still holding on to that cube rifle.
Willing to give chase here. Momsy, Skyjump, they'll stick to the low ground for right now. Content to kind of just have full control of front side position. Looking back, they tarped out a lot of space. This is the last place that any struggling teams would want to try and encounter. Pixie, one of those solos, could potentially find himself in a bit of a sticky situation here. Just trying to farm out whatever metal he can. Seems like he lost a good chunk of his, probably on those last couple of rotates after Swizzy went down, but as the zones continue to tighten up, less options for players to kind of escape those aggressive moments. Podosai Sato trying to take some shots over towards Chino and Pablo, but not gonna net anything just yet.
Good zone pull for Chino Pablo. It's all lined up, all ready to go. Basically capped on materials as well. I mean, this is the most consistent team we've seen, especially in this reload format. You know, Shark and Teeny, they won back-to-back, but as we saw earlier, Gino Pablo have a chance to triple qualify if they perform well today. As Sky and Scroll as well as the other duo that's already qualified as well.
Definitely two duos that everybody in this lobby should want to see inside of that top 3 because it just means rollover performances, but focus. Last thing he'll witness is Mumsy running him down. 5 eliminations already for the Frenchies, and they're continuing to start building up. See whether or not anybody's going to actually be able to challenge them. Darm, Demish applying a little bit of pressure, consistently chopping out their floors, forcing Mumsy and Skyjump to come to a little bit of a halt here. They want to make sure they don't get sandwiched by a team that's another layer above them. Darm, Demish now scoping out height, but I'll wait for a moment here. Demish will be able to collect Thomas along the way. Ems Nathan have actually managed to work their way up towards that highest layer, but maintaining it is a different conversation entirely. Chino, Pablo, they seem to just really enjoy playing from the secondary height position right now, putting some good pressure down on teams towards that backside of zone. Skyjump, Mumsy going to be one of them. Lost a lot of their shields here. Even if your weapons are good, doesn't matter if teams have got you in their sights. Darm, Demish punishing Mumsy and Skyjump, along with the rest of that lobby focus, making good use of it. But Nebs, Nathan, they're trying to get way up above the rest and try and take care of some of these teams that were trying to utilize a little bit of that render distance strategy.
This is where it gets difficult, though. You see people already making use of the launch pad at the same time. You gotta be focused below you. There's teams with cube rifles, and you know they want to chop you out. Meanwhile, Pablo Chino, incredibly healthy on mats. Bunch of damage being applied. Looking like this could be a big match.
Yeah, the fact that it was Seti and Comic up above, keep in mind Comic had that mythic pulse fire, so we'll see whether or not he gets a chance to actually utilize it. Sky, Scroll, just trying to look every direction, but we are so used to seeing these guys kind of take over that low ground presence. Managed to elevate just one tier above, though. Chino, Pablo will drop the ultimate low. They're also looking to try and stake out a little bit of front side. Might have to clash with repairs, but Chino loses so much HP. He's going to be forced to fall back. Has the pizza to try and recuperate, but Pablo goes down. Sure and repairs. Not going to allow Chino the proper assistance ability here. Trying to see if he can back things up just a little bit. Maybe see if he can gather some more materials from his duo, but he's not going to be able to get that revive off. Darm Demish taking out Revsguard in the meanwhile. These guys are starting to build up nicely on that elimination count.
Yeah, 5 on the board already. Nebs Nathan now still up above. Pizzas and inventory looking so healthy. Chino as a solo forced to clutch it out. He has to be careful, though. The closer and closer he gets to second height, the more pressure he's going to feel from the duo up there.
Hey, the mythic grenade launcher, though, could really play spoiler for some of these other duos. Somehow, some way, he's managed to avoid a lot of other aggressive presence here, but Sky, Scroll running a bit low on material. Demish, Darm going to be another duo just on the other side of their wall, but they're not going to be able to break through. 1 box away. Sky and Scroll just trying to take out whatever's in front of their path. They're going to tank up. Six a Storm, try and see if they can get ahead. But Chino holding his own. If he can find even 1 or 2 eliminations, any sort of a refresh. Doesn't have to be a total loot llama of materials, but every little bit keeps him going currently. And the placements just get so strict in this format, and it doesn't help when you got Nebs and Nathan from the high ground just putting down so much cover fire.
Despite all the pads, there hasn't been a single duo that's tried overtaking height from them. Chino has gone down now. The solo can only last so long. Scroll now is going to be the other. Full HP, running low on mats, 7 builds is all that's left. Some overdrives in the inventory, but it's a full duo below.
Yeah, Nebs, Nathan are just so well above the rest of this lobby, and they've got more than enough material. Nebs gonna be one of the first to drop, though. He's just trying to see what kind of disaster he can cause. Some of these teams will start to tarp up a little bit here. Scroll left as a solo, though, because of the damage from Chino. Trying to see if he can make his way back up, back into zone, but he won't get the chance. Neb's gonna bring him down. Just looking every single direction. Darm now trying to see if he can actually make it up here, but Nebs, Nathan, they've just elevated so far above the rest of the competition. Darm is having to use so many overdrive grenades just to get eye level. Finally, he'll overtake, but it's just a temporary win. No, it's gonna be Nebs brought down by that cube rifle, and Darm Demish have absolutely stolen the show here. It looks so set for the British boys, but it's gonna be Poland coming out one more time on top.
Yeah, it took them, I think, 3-4 overdrive grenades just to reach the level that Nebs and Nathan were on height, but they got the job done despite only being at 30 HP from the amount of storm they tanked just going up. Overall, though, they secured the VR. Great way to kick off the day. Let's head back over to the desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Nathan and Nebs might have had a clean hold of the high ground, but Dom and Demas were tearing up the mid layers, Reese. They'll be getting themselves some tidy elimination points as well as the victory royale.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of the meta that we saw there is very similar to what we've just been seeing through FNCS, where players are just holding their overdrive grenades is late into the game so they can go for that kind of height retake to actually make sure they win. But of course, with a bit of cube rifle in there too.
Yeah, it definitely helps, doesn't it? The Q rifle there at the end. I think, you know, there was a moment I thought, oh, they don't want to Q rifle themselves here because, of course, then they'll fall down. But they still had that low gravity sort of effect from the overdrive grenade. So it kind of worked out absolutely perfect for them. They sort of forged a gap through that high ground hold from Nebs and Nathan, which actually was really good from them in the end of the game right there. But of course, when they have that cube rifle, when they're able to play those mid ground layers so well, finding so many eliminations as they did as well, it can be quite easy to sort of mess up a lot of those mid ground layers when you have the cube rifle. But I think they used it at the right time and in the right ways. So big ups to those guys. Really great performance in game one.
Do you think that Demas and Dom are going to be a duo that we'll see consistently making it to these final fights, Mini Miner?
Well, you think so. I mean, thinking back to how they are as a duo, how they were as a trio as well last year, they were always a team that were able to make those end games consistently. They were sort of that low ground team that were just able to consistently make it to these end games and find success in it as well. We haven't seen that heights necessarily from what we've seen so far in terms of duos, but I think this is really just what we can expect from these guys. This is sort of the sort of peak for them, and I think they definitely have the capability to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the one thing that everyone always says about the Polish teams is that they can't fight. Like, that's the reputation for a long time. And this is the team that has absolutely shattered expectations on that, right? Since they burst onto the scene, they've been able to fight. They've been able to pick eliminations. So, cube rifle or not, whether they get the good RNG in the next game, the one after that, like, I would expect some of these matches to follow, you know, very similarly.
I was going to say, this is a duo, and it was a trio, obviously, with picks last year that absolutely broke that mold, because I've always seen these guys as fighters, and now we get to see that gameplay mature as well. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about some of the other big names in the lobby, so don't go anywhere.
Teammates have his back. There's Nash. Gets the drop on Amarian. Stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
Hello, welcome back to the Fortnite Reload Elite Series. If you missed Game 1, it was taken by Demus and Dom. So let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where we're at after one game. We've got 8 tonight. So as you can see, we've got a tidy top 3. Sky and Scroll, you'll notice that crown next to their name. That's because they've already qualified for the LAN final. The same for Chino and Pablo. But Damas and Deem, they haven't. So let's see if they can remain consistent. And let's see if Nathan and Nebs can continue to have a great night, Mini Miner. Because we have to talk about that end game. The fact it looks so clean for them. They couldn't quite clutch the victory royale, but they came pretty close.
Yeah, there was a lot of this end game where there wasn't really any height. It was like, who's going to actually take it here? You're always expected to be at the Cube Rifle team, of course, in these end games. There's actually Nebs and Nathan who had a double tactical assault rifle, which held on to it really well, Reese. They sort of were up there spraying on down, making sure that nobody else could look at it. I think they were just sort of waiting. It was always pending of like, right, when is the team with the Cube Rifle going to come up, shockwave up, and then try and take us out? It was just a pending second place, but a really solid performance from them. Only a couple of eliminations, but really great from these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the main meta we've seen throughout when you have overdrive grenades, you have fizz, is, as you know, just teams going up onto height over and over and over and over again. Same with Cube Rifle being involved in the mix, right? It's usually very messy, but for them, they took height at 9th zone and then held it all the way to the end. And honestly, I think zone RNG had a little bit to play in there because the zones just kind of kept pulling back and forth over on top of one of each other. So, you know, other teams don't necessarily have as good of an opportunity to come up for it. So, you know, if a team takes height in the 9th zone in the next game or the one after, I don't know if it'll necessarily be quite as clean.
Well, let's talk about a very clean duo, because Sky and Sky were always talking about how their end game is precise and nearly always pulled off. And Reese, you mentioned when we were watching their game how freely they were able to rotate into the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, from earlier in these matches, I found it very interesting. I jumped into the VODs to kind of see what's actually going on, what are the teams doing, and, you know, kind of how teams mainly play Reload is just half of them just stay in the storm until like the 5th zone, you know? They're just hiding away, they're just taking the time because the zone doesn't do much damage. And the interesting side effect of that is that Sky and Scroll can just rotate very freely because there's barely any teams around them on their drop spot. So, you know, if you know anything about Reload, you can follow the supply drops as that shows you where the next zone is. So for them, they're just following all of the supply drops while everyone else is hiding in storm.
Oh, it sounds so chilled, almost like they're on vacay. And we're going to actually travel back over to our castle, Sacco and Takata right now, because we're ready for game number 2.
Thank you, Frankie. Exciting start to the day. As a reminder, it is 8 matches to be played out. It's not like a standard BR finals where we have 6. We have 8 fast-paced matches, and we're already ready for game number 2.
Just like that, we're already getting right back to it, Takata. But those first game jitters, everybody kind of getting things out of the way. Nerves should be starting to dissipate here as teams just look to play a little bit more relaxed, but also still controlled.
Right, as Reese was mentioning, you know, there's not a lot of action necessarily in the mid game. Most of these players just want to set themselves up as best as possible to kind of play out that end game. Now, we do have the option for some early game fights, as we can see Noah putting the aggression in here as he pushes his opponent.
A couple of players already being victimized here early on. Riley just needs that last little bit of HP go his way, and that'll be final shots there for a reason. Just gonna go ahead and run this one down. Wants to make sure that he gets those 3 elimination points. Certainly have a lot to make up for after their early departure in that first lobby. It's definitely a bit of a rough start, but like you already highlighted, Takata, knowing that there's still 7 lobbies here to work with, that's ample opportunity for a comeback.
Looking back over at Thomas HD Focus, Sky Scroll. We didn't really see them fight in the early game too much. And in terms of, you know, placements, Thomas HD Focus went down right when that end game kicked off, so they didn't get any placement points, only 3 points from an elimination they had at the start of game 1. It's the issue. You kind of have all these duos fully kitted up right before that end game. You're kind of preparing for that moment, and if you go down without having used all your mats, it can be devastating. Speaking about devastating, Darm Deemish, what's going on?
Spot of trouble, but tables have turned here. Pablo gonna be able to back up Chino. For a moment, it looked promising. Darm nearly got the better end of that exchange. Just didn't have quite enough shots to follow up with it. But warning blows over towards Chino, and Deemish will be forced to kind of just continue farming things out. I know one method that we definitely saw a lot of duos kind of practicing in previous Reload Elite Series finals, Takata, was having one member just go try to play spoiler at a different duo's drop spot. And, well, for Deemish Dharma, it doesn't look like it's going to impact their early game all that heavily. It was just an opportunity that Dharma was trying to see if he can build up some more eliminations for.
Maybe we'll see it more later in the day as teams get more comfortable with overall, you know, just how this finals is playing out. But I got excited there. I got excited when the shot on the Chino came through, but Pablo was able to back him up, fortunately enough. Nathan Nebs, we saw them hold on height basically all of those final moving zones. I mean, even more than just the final ones. Not too much contestation on height. You have a bit of concern, I guess you could say, if there's a lot of teams with cube rifles kind of trying to break you down, trying to get damage onto you, because there's a lot of kind of opening there looking up above. But Nebs, Nathan, they were high enough that didn't really matter for them. Curious to see if that kind of changes as the day goes on. But Pablo Chino now continuing just to kind of play Storm, loot up, and get ready for the later zones.
Also have to remember that shifting elevation, just depending on where the zones are actually pooling, can definitely play a big part. I think Nathan and Nebs certainly had a helping hand in that category, but right now, we got to see whether or not they're going to get the chance to run that back, because Mumsy Skyjump, a duo that's certainly always willing to lean a little bit more towards that aggressive front, but this time around, they're going to opt to fall back, continue trying to loot things up. Okay loadouts, but it could definitely be better, and that's exactly what they're going to opt for, because they know they're going to need to farm out all their mats, all their materials before they can really consider trying to dive into some action.
Kashi Furent, they are contested by Clapsy and Kjeld, but you can see 2 elims on the board. We still have 20 duos though, so no full wipes happening yet. I mean, it's a good way to kind of consistently get a bit of points. If you are contested in Reload, it's 3 points per elimination, racking 3 to 6 up a game just from the start. It's gonna add up. Scroll Sky, and a bit of panic here as Scroll's gone down.
Just a double whammy there, really. Scroll had nowhere left to run, just got boxed up there by Repairs and Scherfer, just so aggressive. Sky, though, falling back. He's got that 7 cluster cannon. Can be a little bit of a threatening presence, but he's really just trying to make sure that he's able to create enough space that Scroll is able to touch down safely. Still going to be a pretty big hiccup in their overall mid-game just because of this rocky start.
What does Saido using kind of those edge map launch pads to rotate their way through. You don't go through as many risks playing Storm here in Reload, so you can really afford to do all of this without too much concern, but so can everyone else in the lobby. So it ends up being kind of that stacked endgame pretty consistently when you have finals caliber players. Pick.
Sky Scroll though. Still on the recovery tour a little bit here. Thomas HD. Really got to be on the lookout. 7 cluster cannon doesn't present itself as much damage as Sky was probably hoping for. Doesn't get a chance to really destroy the builds there either, but we're gonna box fight, prepare. Potentially tango a little bit further here with Focus. He is rather weak and pretty split currently from Thomas, so it'll be difficult for those two to actually try and cut across with the way that Sky and Scroll have sort of positioned themselves. Sky really just waiting for Focus to step out of line here. He goes a little bit too far to the right. That's a nice angle setup. Sky already looking for it, but Focus spots it out wisely. Pulls back to the safety of his own tarps, but still waiting to see whether or not Thomas is actually going to be able to line up with him.
The further we get into the match, the more condensed the zone gets and players get closer and closer to each other. The kind of more quickly you have to end up finishing fights if you do take them, but the riskier they get as well. There's already a couple duos in the surrounding area. For now, they're just taking pop shots, but you know, it's always in their back of their mind.
And they're really just trying to make sure they don't get third-partied either. Sure for him, Repairs. It's Cammy, Hottie. Now beginning to work their way into zone. Fully aware of the fact that there's a handful of other duos surrounding them, but I mean, right now, this is always just the calm before the storm, Takata. 5th zone, teams really, they're trying to find these strong positional holds, but some teams are also just caught in the thick of it. Chino, Pablo gonna be one of them. So many duos. Just kind of trying to see whether or not they can actually hold their bearings here. And as congestion starts to build, those opportunities to rotate without getting tagged, without getting eliminated along the way, they become all the slimmer.
Yeah, it's not a place you want to take a big fight at. You can see how healthy a lot of the duos are, though. I mean, they've done their job looting up, farming up, and kind of prepping themselves for this moment in the match. Kiro Fastroki trying to get on the opposite side of this ravine where all the duos are kind of based up at.
It's just so much more detrimental, though, to get tagged along some of these rotates just because of the fact that you just don't have as many slurp barrels or the like to try and recuperate the shields. You're really just going to have to keep dipping into your actual resources. Full flow berry fizz, couple shield potions, though. Sky scroll. Sky with his second elimination here. But they're trying to make sure they can keep Kurama at bay. Looking back in, see what went wrong here for Akira. Just gets dropped, I think. Yes, Sky just fully taking advantage of the fact that Akira and Kurama, they seemed a little bit distracted, and, well, there's always going to be a team waiting to pounce.
Had to remind them why they coached them in that second chance qualifier to first place. Can't let them feel too confident with their recent performances. Chino Pablo, though, great beams as they're flying through. Hari now put into panic as Cammy is going to be forced to hold those walls, make sure the pressure doesn't get too much, as now the pizza is going to get dropped down, and it looks like they're going to focus more on the rotate here.
Smart, though, by Pablo Chino. It becomes very, very enticing, I think, for teams to want to just fully key in those kinds of circumstances, but Chino, Pablo, they're not new to this, okay? It's not their first rodeo. Fully aware of the fact that if they had tried to go a little bit more aggro there against Cammy and Hottie, they would have easily been third party by all those teams on the top of that hill face. So Darm Deemish now looking to see whether or not they can find an isolated position here. Gonna be one of our later arriving members, but pretty high up in the sky here right now. If anybody looks up, though, I don't think they'll have to be too pressed.
If you're Darm right now, do you land on the Cube Rifle team or as far away as possible from the Cube Rifle team that you saw shooting there?
I'm Darm and Deemish. I'm looking to just do whatever I feel is best for locking in my land wall spot already. You could tell even from that first lobby, these guys are playing with a bit of a vengeance here, Takata, because 2 Reload Elite Series finals, they've already had to watch pass them by, right? You don't want to miss out on the third go round. Even though there is another chance, you just want to get the job done.
Hey, good news for Darm Deemish. They're first place with 87 points, second at 57. So far, it's looking quite good for them. Country Fincheck right dead center here in zone. They do want to be careful, though. You do not want to get focused.
Sometimes being so centered to these zones, though, does draw a lot of attention that you don't necessarily want, but Country Fincheck, they're going to try and just match the pace of the rest of the lobby. Fincheck just doing a great job scoping out the teams that are already a little bit further north from their current position here. Pablo Chino going to be one of those duos looking to try and hold some of these teams back. They are in a great spot currently to just apply steady pressure to duos that are having to rotate through them.
Trying to plan out the rotates. Pixie Swizzy have a good option along the edge here, but there's just so much mobility in this reload with the overdrives, the flow vary, the pads. You have so many options that you do end up conserving a lot of mats as these moving zones begin, and these duos don't have as much urgency to look for refreshes as they would in a standard BR match. So a lot of the fighting does happen a bit later on.
Yeah, but 2 big things there with that overview of Pixie. Well, hold that thought. Nathan Nebs getting shredded on that last rotate. But hey, they made it across. The hard part at least has been accomplished. Still, they'll have to take a moment to pause, wait. And getting back to what I was saying about Pixie and Swizzy, I'm kind of anticipating them to be a later rotating team in these later zones just because they've got those launch pads, but they also have that cube rifle. They're going to be looking to play for height, I think.
Time will tell as Sky with 3 on the board already. Making sure to stay aware of their surroundings. Great zone pull for the duo here. Issue is, it was a great zone pull for half the lobby, as congested side will be in favor. Pixie, Swizzy continuing to have basically full effective shield and into HP. Great loadout, great mats. I'm excited to see how the rest of this match goes for them.
Yeah, that slurp juice will really help out because if they want to tank up some of those early storm ticks, they don't necessarily have to be as threatened. That should keep them more than healthy. Sado, Podesai, Darm, Deemish got much further distance to cover. Playing from that backside position. Slow and steady. Seems to be the mentality here. Crash pad forward, Sky, scroll. A little bit of a mix-up right now. Sky building for his life, just trying to see if he can create a little bit of separation here from the rest of the lobby. Sure enough, does manage to get away, but Sky, scroll. Another duo that's kind of just forced to stop and heal as Kiro for Strokey looking up. Aware of the fact that there are teams above them, but there's also just as many teams below, if not more. And Swizzy Pixie going to be one of those duos, so it seems like their plans have been a bit thwarted here. But for Kira and for Strokey, how much can you really stop Swizzy? There comes the real nosedive now. There's another duo up above, but just so far away, it's so hard to lock in on those shots.
Yeah, it's difficult because, you know, you want to look up to shoot at these players, but 1, there's just so many duos, it's impossible to hit them all, and 2, if you're not looking below you, a retake could come through. A surprise as Podesai Sado are kind of keeping an eyes around them, but Darm with a big pickup.
Dark Deemish saying welcome to the big leagues right now. Killed, unfortunately. Be taken out of this lobby. No reboots available. We are way too far along in this lobby. As now Darm Deemish overdrive forward, trying to stay composed towards that front side of zone. Darm Deemish looking for another. It's going to be Thomas that they actually end up bringing down here. And there's a lot of trouble brewing on the low ground. But Sky, Scroll doing their best to stand tall through it all. Excellent job so far. Great composure. Solid loadouts. Even be able to collect some departed loot. But they gotta make sure that they stay alert, stay alive here as Pablo and Chino just continue building in the mid-ground.
Yeah, the zone pulls completely north, so there shouldn't be too many builds to recycle as now Pixie, Swizzy, R1's controlling height. Cube rifle in hand. Looking very promising for this team. We spoke about them earlier. We said they'll be looking for height as Chino has gone down, though Pablo is now left alone.
Pablo does have a good amount of white heels to play off of, though, between the slurp juice, between the pizza slices. He'll be late to the party here, but he might be able to make some magic happen. Pablo going for a solo clutch. How many placements is he going to actually be able to squeeze out here? He needs the points. He wants the points. He wants that prize pool more than anything. He's already qualified to land, but Reason and Noah Riley have managed to work their way up towards the high ground. Swizzy and Pixie forced to drop here. Duos, though, still looking to try and contend those launchpad strategies as Podesai, Sado have to get it done the old-fashioned way. A little bit of friendly fire here. French on French violence now as Podesai. Momsy dangled there for a second, but managed to both pull away from the other.
Darm Deemish playing incredibly consistent both the previous game, now this one, but the issue is Darm has gone down. Everything's on Deemish, but he has no materials to work with. He's in a 1v2, forced to drop even lower, gets cracked now to 36 HP, but it doesn't matter because he picks up Momsy. He is not finished.
Deemish still trying to see whether or not he'll be able to actually keep this warpad going, but 2 eliminations so far. He's going to need a lot more than that. Takata doesn't want to lose out on that top 3 position in the leaderboard, but Reason and Noah Riley are going to make this so difficult for the rest of the lobby. Currently, Pixie, Swizzy having a fight for their lives underneath Reason and Noah's current position. Hari, Kami, also another one of those duos still looking to move forward. Kashi, Firen, another leaderboard team looking to try and protect their position, but they know Hype's got their sights set right on him as Pixie loses Swizzy. Trying to see if he can get a little bit of push back here, still managing to maintain somewhat semblance of the front side of zone, but it's all about these other players. They're kind of running every which way around him.
Pablo playing it as a solo, but a big shot connecting onto Kashi. Now he's put himself in a 1v1. Issue is there's so many players around him. He has no mats. The 132 isn't going to be enough. Harry gets dropped as well as Noah Reason are getting a freebie up above.
And this is very reminiscent of Reason and Noah Riley's performance in their actual heats. Reason now going to start dropping a little bit closer to where the rest of the action has been building in these lower layers. He's just looking to try and play spoiler, pick up some leftover eliminations too if he can. Every little bit of points counts at this stage. As Reason might be able to find Surefour, sticking towards that front side. As they start to drop here, Reason just waiting. I can feel it coming to Kata. You can tell that they are hunting for these eliminations here, but comeback, Surefour, all caught up in the thick of it here. Seti now gonna try to mental overhead, but Noah Riley will bring him down. That is a big bounce back already for Noah Riley and Reason finding this victory royale in game 2.
I can already hear the screams from this duo celebrating the excitement as they close out game 2. Big win for this team. Dorm Demons took game 1. Now Noah Reason won game 2. They took height of the perfect moment and they were able to finish the game. Frankie, Reese, Mini, how did it look?
Well, it looked like High Ground didn't fully have an owner, unlike game number 1. But obviously, Noah and Reason were able to take it at the opportune moment, as Takata just said, Rita.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, game 1, as you said, clean sailing for Nebs who were on height, basically up until, you know, that final moment where they ended up losing, unfortunately. That game, a lot more chaos going down up there. And, you know, I think this meta generally is just going to be that. It's going to be turnover after turnover after turnover. And the last team standing in that instance was, you know, Reason and Noah.
Yeah, it was. And what's huge for these guys is I was looking back, we'll look at the leaderboard where they stand now, but going into this game, they were dead last. They were literally 20th going into this game. So it just shows how much this can actually sort of change your entire game. Of course, we do have 8 games of competition here. So if there is, of course, maybe a game or two where a team's not doing so well, they can recover it. And Reason and Noah have done this with aplomb in this game. Really nicely done. Again, fighting close together. They didn't have the cube rifle, which is slightly different to maybe what we've seen from them previously. But I mean, we all know that these guys have the ability, they have the skill to do what they just did right there, and it's really nice to see them here.
I feel surprised. You guys probably won't be, but I feel like a lot of the duos aren't winning these games with higher limbs, and this isn't the same as a battle royale mode. It's not that kind of safety that we're seeing teams live by in the heats of that mode. I feel like in Reload, I want to see more eliminations, but maybe I'm wrong to feel that way. We'll talk about it after this break.
Teammates have his back. Ash gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
Welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. We're 2 games in and there's all to play for. And these duos want to make the LAN in August. So let's talk about the leaderboard then and see how things are. You'll notice that Pablo Chino, Sky and Squad, they've already qualified. That's why they have crowns next to their name. And you can see Damus and Demas are... Damus and Demas. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to call them Damus from now on. They're in number 1. They had a 9 elimination victory royale at the start of today. So that is no surprise. But let's talk about Sky and Scroll. They're consistently in the 4th spot after 2 games. But that second game, Reese, that was an ouchie because their first game, they did not have to fight that hard.
Absolutely. You know, if we saw earlier, I think around zone number 3, they got into a fight with repairs and Scroll went down. And pretty much throughout the majority of that game, they were trying to just bring it back. I don't want to say they're repairing the match. I'm not mini miner. I'm not going to rob a pun like that, right? But
I was going to do it.
The entire game. I know. Sorry, I had to cut in there. But, you know, up until the 7th zone, you know, usually these guys have like 150 builds max at that point. In this match, they had 85 each. So, you know, for their strat, they were just constantly trying to bring it back after that mid-game fight. So, you know, didn't end up in as good of a placement as they normally do.
Even you saw it with their loadout there as well. Sorry, Frankie. They just had sort of grey weapons, green weapons, stuff that you just don't really want. Unable to find those eliminations, which is kind of rare for these guys. You expect to see them finding those eliminations together, sort of in unison, if you like, as a duo. So really rare for them, but they still managed to make the end game despite the sort of struggles early games. So they're still 4th, not a bad position at all.
Now we've got the leaderboard up. I want to chat about what I was mentioning before the break, which is elimination-wise. I feel like we're a little bit on the low side, given that this is reload and you can reboot when you get knocked. So you might as well take some risks and maybe take some fights. Aside from Dom and Demas, it feels like, Reese, some of these teams, they're not taking that many risks, but it does work out for this particular duo.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things about Reload is particular set lobbies is a lot of teams in the first couple games, they're figuring out what's going on. They see what the teams around you are doing. What are these guys going to key me? Are they not? Are they going to play passive? Are players going to drop? And then by the other end, half the tournament, it's just completely different. You just have absolute chaos, teams landing everywhere, going all over once people have got the lay of the land there. And I think Dharma Demers right now are one of the only teams who are just keying in the mid game, doing whatever they want. They're getting hyper aggressive and it's showing up on the leaderboards.
Well, we are ready, guys, to get into game number 3 already. So, Reese, your theory was that game 3 onwards, we're going to see teams fighting each other a lot more. So let's see if that thought bears fruit as we head back to Taco and Takata.
Certainly wouldn't surprise me to see teams start to get a little bit more active, a little bit more fraggy, especially when you notice that the top 3 of the leaderboard, Takata, is already starting to build up a little bit of a buffer zone between themselves and that 4th place position. So if there was ever a time to kick things up another gear, it's right now in game 3.
Over 100 points is what that top 3 is at right now. Combeck sitting comfortably in 3rd at 101. We'll see how it shifts, though. I mean, we're only 2 matches out of 8 done today. There is a lot to change. As Sato has got to be careful. Kashi, Viren as well, in a very quick fight here.
And this has been the starting point for Killed and Collapsy every single time. Only this time they won't be able to get away. Firen and Kashi are going to bring down the first duo of this lobby. That is a tough opener for sure for some of our newcomers, but for Firen and Kashi, they've got to be feeling really good about it right now, Takata, because they are currently in that 2nd place position on the leaderboard, and with 6 points to start off this 3rd game, a great spot to be in.
No reason, despite having won the previous match, they're still in 7th place because of that devastating kind of start to the day. But, you know, it's good looks either way if they can keep it up with that momentum from the win. And it looks like in terms of, you know, early game, they don't have too many problems at all. So, yeah, they have what it takes.
But realistically, they're going to need more than just that one victory royale if they really want to try and overtake one of those top 3 positions, because we don't see Chino and Pablo. We don't see Sky and Scroll inside of that top 3 currently. So the rollover spot's not going to come into effect. If anything, these duos that aren't qualified should be hoping that those teams start to really overtake here, because that would definitely make the qual position for land substantially easier. But still, sometimes you just gotta take fate into your own hands, and that certainly seems to be the case for Darm and Deemish. They have just been steamrolling through the lobbies. I know Des touched on the fact that we haven't really been seeing those high elimination so far from most of the duos, but they are one that has been delivering, at least in the first 2 games.
Yeah, first place in the heats, first place now in the Qualifier 3 finals, 120 points, but they did end 10th in the last match, but Combeck has gone down. Seti alone now, and the chase, the pursuit, it's on.
They don't want to allow the opportunity. If they can get the clean wipeout, that would be best case scenario here, but Focus Thomas, they are just continuing to run Seti down, and they're going to run him straight into the clutches of Frostroki and Kiro, who sniped that one away from them. And now Focus Thomas forced to retreat here. They've at least got those 2 eliminations to kickstart things in game 3, but they would have definitely liked to have added a 3rd to it.
Already started to see a bit more action early on in the match in this 3rd game. You kind of get to learn the tendencies of the duos in your surrounding areas when you're in these set finals lobbies. You see where the rotates normally go. The zones do change up, but you're able to kind of predict a bit more. It makes it a lot easier to confidently take some of these engagements.
Sandguild has got to stay standing. Refscar has already been claimed by Sky. Scroll will make sure to play support though, since Sky does need an opportunity to try and rebuild his shields, but 2 versus 1, and unfortunately for Refscar, will he be able to touch down? Thankfully, he does manage to make it back onto solid ground. Not really a great angle there for Sky and Scroll to try and actually beam him out of the sky. But the damage may have already been done here at Takata. It's going to be a pretty big recovery tour for him.
That it will. Thomas HD and Focus, though. 2 elims on the board already. They've had a rough start to this tournament. Hoping to see a big game from them shortly.
Two other duos nearby, though. Thomas, Focus, you can tell they're definitely trying to get fraggy. They know that they need as many eliminations as they can possibly get, along with strong placements from here on out, if they really want to try and put themselves in contention for those EWC land spots. But it's going to be tough. I mean, whether or not they're aware of the fact that it's 2 separate duos, the fact of the matter is, the moment you start to key, draws a lot of attention, and Kiro Frostroki, they already know that Thomas and Focus have been chasing out duos early on, so could be part of the reason why they're also lingering.
They really just can't afford to miss endgames, too. They're at the bottom of the pack right now. 3 points. They need to make these endgames. Sky and Scroll, on the other hand, 4th place. They're 1 place off being that qualifying range, which would bump the top 3 to a top 4 needed if they're able to hold that position. But quick elimination onto Cringe is going to put them in a very healthy spot.
Twy still overhead, too. It's probably in his best intentions, though, not to try and get involved right now. Sky and Scroll definitely in a much more advantageous position. But Twy, sadly, has to sit in horror as his duo tries to make it back down. Sky Scroll seem a little bit more fixated on the fact that, you know, Twy wasn't eliminated, so they could have gone for the freebies on Cringe. Instead, they'd rather run down the healthier member. I know he's the one with all the materials, he's the one with all the loot.
Cool.
Not the best loot, but he's at least got those overdrive grenades. He is running on fumes, though, and Sky will be able to close this one out. 3 eliminations already for Sky and Scroll. This is definitely starting to heat up, but Cami Hardy, other teams off in the distance, definitely within range, I think, for Sky and Scroll in these next couple of rotates. And yeah, sure enough, Pablo, Chino, next one's in their sights. 2 teams already qualified to land Takata, but still looking to see who can come out on top in this fight. Pablo loses all of his shield, barely managing to hang on here. Scroll just needs the last couple attacks to come through here, but enough distance has been created. Chino lurking, hoping that his duo doesn't go down just yet.
I'm not even playing, and I'm scared from the confidence that Sky and Scroll were showing there, pushing up with a cube rifle. The loadout, how healthy they were looking, but It seems they're going to calm down a little bit here. They saw, okay, we're going against some of the best players in the world, the most consistent duo in, this reload style format. So let's actually, let's chill a little bit. We're going to go back here. They farmed Cringe and Twy quite well. And now they're going to continue forwards.
Always want to be wary of not overheating in these types of formats. Even though you've got 8 lobbies to work with, realistically, most of these players are going to be looking for solid endgame finishes in at least 4 or 5 of those matches if they really want to put themselves not even just for the prize pool spots, but largely for the LAN qualification if they don't already have it. Sato and Podesai, though, another French duo, had a decent day, but they want to be more than just 6. They're looking to try and climb up a few more placements here.
Kamihari at 66. They're pretty well positioned on the leaderboard, especially considering it's only the 3rd match. With a cube rifle and the loadout that they have, I think they can definitely make something happen here as the game goes on. 18 duos still up. 5th zone, so a bit of time before those reloads do get disabled.
Don't want to find yourself sandwiched, though. Sometimes less attention the better. These mid-game moments, Pixie, Swizzy, still hanging out over by Chiseled Cubes. A little bit of leftovers. Really solid heals, though. Blueberry Fizz, Launchpad up. They'll start to make their way in. Should be able to avoid most of the zone congestion, too. But recognizing the fact that there's already teams kind of boxed up overhead, sure for repairs. Haven't seemed to notice Pixie and Swizzy just yet, so they'll nestle into a little metal box directly underneath and just wait to see where the next zone pulls.
I remember Reese was mentioning in the pre-show that if you combine the overdrive flowberry launch, you can basically get from one side of the map to the other. That's how small it is, so you really can't afford to take these storm plays and late rotates. You just have to be careful to not get beamed as you rotate back in, especially if they kind of crossover duos. But Nathan Nebs, strong start with height in the first game. Haven't seen them up there since then. We'll see if it changes back up this match.
One thing that a lot of teams always have to try and avoid is when you see duos losing a member in the earlier stages, you want to try and avoid the directions that they might be headed, because they're usually just going to be on Crash Out Nation, right? They're just trying to recuperate and make up for lost time. They're trying to rebuild on their loadouts. The best way to do that is by finding a refresh. So sometimes you just want to avoid that immediate kind of aggression, but darn Deemish scoping out everyone else. Got time to work with here. Akira and Karama, on the other hand, Thomas in their sights, and Thomas will be eliminated. This is a really rough spot for Thomas to go down, because it's going to be very difficult to try and make up for and focus. You can tell already it has been a very scuffed beginning for this duo. Even though they had success with those earlier 2 eliminations, Takada, I mean, this is not what you want to see for such a strong duo on EU.
Not only is it a physical battle, it's also a mental one. I mean, being in the bottom of the leaderboard, you can see they're feeling the pressure, and they have 3 eliminations. They know they need to get a lot of points consistently, but even if they get those eliminations, if they're not making these end games, it's just not going to be enough to put themselves in qualifying range. So they're going to need some big matches, and it's not going to be easy with how scuffed they are.
Especially not when you've got players like Reason, who are cube rifle connoisseurs, currently rocking that item in their loadout. Have to wait and see how exactly they plan to utilize it, but Sato, same sort of position. He's got the cube rifle, and Podesai can definitely put down a decent amount of suppressive fire too, that assault rifle, but first and foremost, get the zone. One step, trying to make sure they don't overstep.
Comfortable entry, but not fully in yet. Issue is when you're that low, there's going to be a lot of teams dropping down above you. Reason Noah trying to stay elevated. They want to have space to work with if they have that cube rifle in hand. They don't want to be stuck in a bunch of builds. as Noah's already positioned himself perfectly for that. Thomas in focus now. This is a tough position to come back from. It was actually Akira Karama that did take them out earlier on, and they want a bit of vengeance.
Tower never focused, just trying to see if he can apply good amount of damage onto Akira and Karama, but the rest of the lobby, they saw where those shots were coming from. They immediately sent some Focus's direction, so Focus Thomas temporarily shut down on that endeavor, but still looking to see if they can get aggressive because they need a refresh, Takata. They don't have the luxury of picking and choosing. They just got to fight whoever steps up or sticks around for a little bit too long in these rotations. Focus might be able to bring down Twy, but no! Robbed at those last seconds. The rest of the lobby looking back now. They'll be able to take down Focus Thomas with only bandages. There is nowhere left for him to roll. And that's going to be another early game departure for Thomas and Focus. Sent back to the drawing board for game 4, but Cammy, Hottie, not looking to meet the same fate. Repairs, sadly, will be taken out. You can see the cube rifle shots already being administered, destroying builds, causing a little bit of chaos, a lot of disruption on these rotates. Teams trying to be very cautious how they actually navigate this.
I would not want to be on the receiving end as Cammy's wall gets closed, causing him to explode that cube rifle a little close. Sky Scroll doing a good job looking back, and we even saw above them, Beamish and Darm honestly positioned best in the lobby for the teams rotating through here, but they've been overtaken now in terms of elevation. Sky Scroll gonna do what they can to get ahead, but Sky is just one shot away from going down. He needs Scroll to build for him here.
Might have been a little bit of a bailout there too for Pablo and Chino, because Scroll got a decent chunk out of the HP bars, but knowing that he's got to play support for his duo takes priority here as Cammy, Hottie with the cube rifles in tow. They're gonna now try to pick up where Sky and Scroll sort of left off. Good pressure coming out of these cube rifles, and they're not even on ultimate height yet, Takata, but Sato, Podesai, very much trying to see what they can break through on this low ground tier. Working their way on the backside of zone. Kiro and for Strokey can be some of the first up top. Rescar forced to just dive bomb all the way. Was trying to play out of that render distance, but can't avoid the teams that are paying good attention on height.
Yeah, Cammy and Harry are doing a great job kind of positioning themselves in an area where they have eyes for the cube rifle. Kiro for Strokey, the same up above now, trying to capitalize on their loadout.
Teams are just left scrambling. Darn Deemish benefiting from it so heavily too. They're going to be able to take out Chino no problem whatsoever. Cammy, Hottie, they've also got an elimination onto Nebs now. But this cube rifle is just so disorienting. Teams on these rotates just getting picked apart here. You can tell some of the panic that ensues when they just try to dive into whatever box they can for a safety net, but usually it's not going to be their own. Is Cammy, Hottie now recognizing the fact that they want to try and avoid some of that cube rifle presence from overhead? They might even be the ones to try and start building up for it, but Kiro for Strokey, they've been overthrown. Very low right now in the HP department as Sato and Podesai will manage to overtake on the high ground.
Continuing to try and get some builds. Shots getting taken, but nothing big connecting yet. The aggression is there, but the cube rifle is breaking your teammates' builds. Podesai now regrouped up above. One player in the sky, it's Pablo. He's already lost his duo as they continue to talk about boards.
I want to see a friend new at land. Podesai, Sato, they're looking to try and set up here for the win, but Cammy, Hottie, what more could they possibly do from this position? Running incredibly low materials. Kiro entirely out of builds. Just praying that the team on height doesn't notice his current position, but no, brought down by Hottie in the mid-ground. Just caught him so off guard there. The Sky Scroll lurking underneath, trying to see where they could try and third party. Darm has been brought down by Fidin and Kashi, but first off, Scroll and Sky still continuing their reign. Cammy and Hottie doing what they can to try and build up some refreshes, but 4 eliminations already, that's a decent amount of points.
Big match is what they needed to push themselves up into that top 3. Sky Jump Momsy, little bit of a hiccup, but they're back in zone now. 19 HP is all that's left for Sky Jump. He does have shield. The issue is he's only got one build. High ground team can see him as well, and they are gonna execute on that decision. Cube Rifle comes down. Momsy left alone. Podesai Sato now playing aggressive.
Hey, Bodesai trying to see what else he can collect, wanted to get the materials refreshed, but that gets cut short. Still holding down the high ground, still has that Cube Rifle in tow, looking back to make sure that they don't get caught off guard by anybody else. Not sure if he caught a glimpse of Cammy just yet, but Sky, Scroll, they're going to be the ones absorbing all this focus from the Cube Rifle. It's just so difficult to try and maintain anything in this low ground tier as Cammy now trying to see whether or not he can actually hold on. Lost all of his build at just a moment's notice here. Trying to see if he can bring down Pablo in the thick of it, but no, Scroll, Sky, they're going to be the ones now try and take out Podesai, punish this duo that's been slamming the lobby all game long with that Cube Rifle. Sky, incredibly healthy, finds the first one. That's the opener onto Podesai, going right back up with that overdrive grenade. Only a singular player, and it's Pablo. The Danes trying to pull through here yet again, and Sky, Scroll in very familiar fashion with another victory royale. This time it's their first, though, in Reload.
This is why Sky and Scroll are one of the most hyped duos for the upcoming Major 1 Summit. They can play as a duo. The chemistry's there, but they can play just as well as solos when they need to get the job done. Big pickup for Sky and Scroll, launching themselves up that leaderboard. Desk, how we feeling?
I think we're feeling really good after seeing our teams up the ante in game number 3. And Sky and Scroll Mini Miner, they were one of the duos who decided, yeah, you know what? We're happy to fight early on in the game.
Yeah, they were, and they were just so aggressive at the beginning of that game. Takata was talking about on commentary, he was scared for Sky and Scroll as well, for how dominant they were in those fights. They, I think, backed off at a good time as well. They didn't try and get over aggressive, which of course made them get into that end game. And it's actually nice to see them play out that end game properly. We saw a little bit of it in game number 1, and then they had some really unfortunate zones. So to see them there in that end game showing what they can do best is really nice to see, Reese.
Yeah, I think this shows a lot about their fragging capabilities. Of course, you know, we saw them be really aggressive, as you said, in the early mid game, but they were fragging in the end game as well. Every single time I felt like we looked at POV from one of these two, I just saw like 2 builds. One build, 0 build. You know, you just naturally think, oh, this is over for these guys, surely. At what, 30 seconds later, you come back to him, another Elim, another Elim, and then another Elim.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And then they go, of course, and win the game. And it's just so difficult to do that. It can't be understated how difficult it can be to turn around a game. And I don't think there's a better team right now than Sky and Scroll at doing that, because they have that cohesion, they have that togetherness that we've spoken about so much this season. To have the understanding of where your teammate is, they're the best team at that. And it just allows them to have this ability to find refreshes, to understand what they need to do in each given moment. It's so effective, especially in Reload.
Yeah, actually, when you think back to the qualifiers for this final as well, the fact that Scroll had 42 eliminations, Sky had the most amount of builds placed and was still in the top 5 with 25 eliminations in terms of the elimination numbers. This duo can do it any which way, and I can't wait to see if they continue to be aggressive after the break.
Teammates have his back. Push Ash. Gets the drop on a Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
3 games down, 5 more to go. And that last game was incredible entertainment. Let's bring up the leaderboard and see where we're at, because we've got to talk about Pablo Chino first of all, Resub. The fact that Pablo was a solo from the 9th zone and he managed to clutch second, absolutely ridiculous.
Unbelievable solo clutch. He 1v2'd Akiro and Podosai in the midst of that when he had almost no builds, no HP, hit nothing but max bangs, stayed in the storm, and got 65 points by himself throughout the entire moving zones. My Duo Destiny Jesus tells me this guy's a top 3 solo clutcher of all time. We keep memeing about it, but he might actually just be the truth.
The time will tell. Chapter 7 could be his to prove once and for all that he is that guy. Let's talk about Sato and Podosai, though. We never missed an opportunity to talk about French duos, and here we are. They've given us an excuse. They've been challenging consistently for the high ground mini miner, and they've been looking pretty good at it.
Yeah, this is a sort of high ground plays with the Q rifle that we were sort of expecting going into the day. I think we haven't really seen too much of that today. It's been a lot of sort of TAC ARs. There's been teams that haven't had the Q rifle up on height, but this has sort of been, I suppose, that more standard height take and hold that we were expecting from these guys. Nice performance from them as well. Of course, they need that qualification. They need to find themselves in the top 3 at the end of the day, Reese. So really nice to see these guys actually finding success on height. We actually have to talk about a Q rifle here, I think, because we didn't do it in the last in between games. So yeah, good for these guys, and of course using that Q rifle really well.
Definitely.
Also, go for it. Go. No, please do. Please
okay.
talk about the cube rifle.
I was just going to say quickly. No, I was going to pass it and say that Sato is not carried by the cube rifle by any means. He has already come 4th in the first qualifier, right? So he missed out by 1 single point already. So him climbing back up the leaderboards here into the qualification slot is incredibly important.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so sorry to jump over you there, but you know what? I love an opportunity to talk about Cammy as well. What a legend. The fact that he has got it down to the wire in 2 endgames back to back now, just outside that qualification zone. Reese, if he can keep this up, he might be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, my worry with these guys is that they just don't really frag out that much in a game mode that heavily relies on fighting, every single match.
Yeah, and in this endgame, they got a few of these gifts. You can see a couple of bodies that were actually next to their draw or next to their box. They were able to just pick up on and get a lot of those materials, so that would have helped them out as well. They also, of course, had that cube rifle, which was super important. But nice to see these guys, of course, finding themselves in a good position on the leaderboard. And of course, we want to see Cammy on the LAN. He's a LAN goat. He's a LAN beast. So he's the sort of player we want to be seeing there as well.
Now, cube rifle wise, we are slightly trending upwards, Reese, right? We had 2 in game 1, 3 in game 2, 4 in game 3, and then
Correct.
maybe we'll have 5 in game. Did I do the maths right?
It does seem like a linear increase. Every game I've been keeping track, it's going up 1 a match. So 5 next game, yes.
Okay, Reese, if you can continue the graph, we're going to head into game number 4 with Taco and Takata.
Surely it'll go down eventually, right? Right?
Surely.
I mean, surely, right? Anyways, look, Sky Scroll, now with that win, have put themselves into top 3, so it is top 4 that will qualify you, and I believe Chino Pablo are right outside that in 5th, so if they're able to squeeze in to that top 4, then it could even be a top 5 to qualify for these other players. A lot of big names still out of that qualifying range, though, Taco.
Yeah, but what I'm really trying to keep an eye out for is Kashi and Fiat, and I think that these guys have really taken these first 3 lobbies by storm already. I mean, we'll get more into it because Game 4 is already ready to go.
Good news is we don't have to wait long to see how that fight unfolds. If it's based on how the previous matches have went, it's Clapsy and Killed who have been contesting them up at that northwest side of the map. And it looks like, based on the mini-map, it's happening once again.
Yeah, but the real issue starts to build up now, where you've got a team that is very clearly leading in first place, and they might have just gone down in the elimination feed. They've been getting contested so consistently. But Takata, when you were sitting in that first place position, 162 points, granted, Sky and Scroll are the ones that were trailing just behind at 160, I believe. But the damage that's been done is just knowing that they could potentially be pushed down. Still, they have done an excellent job leading into this, but Killed, Clapsy, this is the one time that you don't want to see that duo succeed, but they've done it.
They've done it. I mean, Kashi Furin are the most consistent team today. Average placement of 4. And, I mean, they got 5th, 4th, 3rd. They've just gone down off spawn. to the team contesting them that's at the bottom of the leaderboard. It's from top to bottom battle, and it did not go Kashi and Freeren's way this time. So, I mean, hopefully, I'm hoping Clapsy and Keeled can kind of make use of that.
But what I was really trying to get at, though, right before this match had even started, Takada, is yes, they've done an excellent job. I think that they've really been a team that went a little bit more under the radar. They had solid performance in their heats, but one or two more lobbies of being eliminated off spawn, that is very realistically, or makes it a lot more realistic for other teams to then leapfrog you on that leaderboard position. Even with Sky Squirrel, Pablo Chino, like, just assume that they're going to be in the top 3. Just assume that you have those rollover positions. It is still very much feasible for these other teams to play catch-up, especially when you are not netting any points off spawn.
A lot of games to go. After this, we'll be halfway through, but the games have been picking up the pace a little bit. It was very slow to kick things off. Basically, every duo was up once we got to those final moving zones. And then after the last match, there's just been more aggression. Beamish Storm, one of the duos that have been incredibly confident with how they've been playing.
And part of that is definitely credited towards the fact that, you know, teams just become a lot more familiarized after those first couple of lobbies, what to anticipate, who's going to be rotating nearby. But things start to get much more unpredictable later on. As Thomas focus, their only options are to try and find high elimination games with solid endgame performances. And we have just yet to see them actually net themselves any real placement points, because they keep going out right before it takes over. So everything has just been built off of their elims so far today, and they've had a really rough go of things. And that's why we see them trying now take out some leftovers by Sengild and Grefsgard. Supply drop going to be intercepted here as Thomas, he just wants the elimination onto Sengild. He knows just how incredibly hurt this player is, and they'll find the first one, but Grefsgard not looking to go down without a fight. Be forced to retreat here. Doesn't want to be another duo eliminated so quickly before placement takes over.
Focus Thomas, I mean, they've been consistently getting eliminations in the early games. They've been getting to the late games with 2-3 eliminations, but they've just, at that point, maybe had a hiccup. They've ran low on mats. Their loadout has been reset, and they're just not kitted enough to actually play out a solid end game. So even if they're able to play aggressive, they need to do much more than just get those early game eliminations.
All right, now Sengild's going through it. Other duos starting to take him out of the sky. Fincheck finds his elimination onto Seti. That's going to be the first for him in Cantry. And now, a little bit more isolated, away from the rest of the map. But this is also definitely the part where you start to expect teams to kind of dabble more into that one person breaks off from your duo typical drop, and they try to see if they can pick up a quick elimination off spawn. Worst case scenario, they go back to where your partner is at.
Yeah, and you can see that it's a common trend. I mean, it's gone from 5 to 10 to 15 respawns in these matches, so there's definitely more action happening as we get through the games here. And Focus Thomas, they're showing exactly that.
Sadly, I think Sengild's already on his 4th reload. Focus looking to try and make Sky enter his first year. Success. Focus is not playing around. You can tell just how aggressive Focus and Thomas are actually approaching this 4th lobby. Takada, they recognize the fact this is the halfway point, sure, but they're going to need some big games to make up for all that lost time.
That they are. They're getting it. 3 on the board. Aggression continuing through, but there is a team launching meteors at them with the cube rifle from the opposite side of the ridge, so they do have to be careful. But Seti, he's just been rebooted back in. Not a lot to work with as he does go down here. That's 4th elimination for Focus. He is locked in.
Poor Fincheck. I think he might be next. Focus is just playing like an absolute demon right now in these lobbies. He's been having to deal with evil Fortnite today, and now he's gonna try and be the real villain of this lobby, just looking to find whatever eliminations he can. Fincheck scrambling away praying that other duos start trying to throw some shots this direction to try and alleviate some of that pressure. Slapperoni Pizza will help Country at least replenish some of his shields, but the loadout is still going to be very underwhelming compared to where you would want it to sit at, leaving into these mid-game awkward positions, awkward rotations.
Kamiari taking the much safer route. Want to give it as many hard mats as possible, that middle, that brick, and be fully set up for the late game. They're not interested in playing aggressive. They're in 6th place, potentially 1 placement off being in qualifying range. That's all they want to do is have a healthy loadout, good amount of mats, and be ready to play out this end game.
Just feels so odd now, seeing a team that's not dealing with the constant action after what we just witnessed from Focus and Thomas, and getting right back to it, though. Country and Finchek just could not escape. Even with that Slapperoni Pizza, their shields are still practically gone. 2 duels already eliminated. Focus and Thomas trying to make it a 3rd if they're able to find Finchek here, and Finchek doing what he can to try and escape. He knows he needs to just stay alive long enough for Country to reboot, but Focus and Thomas just hot on his heels. They refuse to budge every single elimination, trying to make up the difference.
Focus is so dialed in right now. Taking a bit too much time though, so it looks like the knock will come through, not the full elimination. Country has got rebooted back in, but honestly, I think that's almost kind of what he wants with the amount of aggression we're seeing here. He said, give me more eliminations. I'm ready to keep farming.
It's crazy to think, though, that the way that Focus and Thomas have just been steamrolling through duos in this early game, it didn't look like they were trying to play to allow for Finchek or Country to reboot. It looked like they just wanted the clean finish, take that duo out entirely. But fact of the matter is, they've already got 18 points in this lobby alone, just off the elimination spree that they've embarked on. All they really need now, Takata, is just to get some solid placement in the end game.
They gotta win a match. They gotta win a match or be incredibly consistent in all the next matches. But it's looking good so far. They're kicking it off strong. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going. Darmdemish taking the slower route. They're where they want to be, and no need to take any unnecessary risks.
Bears ensure for another one of those duos, though, that's trying to hunt for a little bit more placement, a little bit more positioning in the leaderboard. They're still within striking range, so they know. Got to just play a little bit more passive. Want to make sure that you really avoid the brunt of some of these teams that are getting very, very fraggy, very, very active, and you can already see off in the distance Thomas Focus, as they start to make their approach. Some of these teams on the outskirts, they might become victims, but Chino, Pablo, a little bit more of a scenic route for these two.
Shout out to Pablo, by the way. I mean, Chino got eliminated with 15 teams alive in the last match, and Pablo still ended 2nd place. From 15 teams to getting to 2nd as a solo is incredibly impressive. So we'll see with both players up, they can make something happen now.
Crazier part to consider from that last lobby was just his 1v2 presence in that endgame to put himself into that 2nd place position. Pablo and Chino as a duo, we already know that they have a lot of strength behind them, but the fact when you can deliver on an individual side of things too, that's always a scary sight. But Podesai and Sato might be a bit of a different approach here. Not seeing that cube rifle in their loadouts just yet, but things could always change as the match continues to develop. Sure enough, Sato, Podesai, if they want to play for the high ground, they'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Be a little bit more difficult to try and lock down teams, but surprising to see Country and Finchek still kicking despite everything in that early game. But it's hard to expect a solid in-game performance here, Takata, when you have just been sent through the reboot gulag, essentially.
Focus sniffed him out again, too. Took the shots in Country as he was gliding in. I mean, they had to play Storm as long as possible. They had to try and recuperate as much loot, mats, heals as they possibly could. So Who knows how much they've actually recovered. Good news is at least they're in zone.
Sky Jump a little bit split off here. You can already tell the lobby definitely sending shots his direction. Shield's getting chunked along the way. For Cringe and Twy, next zone pool is going to be the determining factor here. Teams start to make their way forward. Don't want to get caught behind the rest of the pack here. That 1 second too late could be the difference maker because Focus Thomas, they're behind everybody else for the time being, but they're looking right at Noah Riley and Reason. Not going to get over-aggressive just yet, but hey, you keep sending shots out every direction. Eventually, the rest of the lobby might start to look your way, and it seems like that's an invitation that Thomas and Focus have openly extended.
Prepares shirt. 90 on the board currently. Getting closer and closer to that qualifying range. They cannot afford to go down here. The Storm and Divish now are going to get ahead, elevating themselves into a great position. Currently the most elevated in the lobby as they connect to the helipad, and now can have an opportunity to look back and try and get a bit of damage.
Still aware of the fact, though, that they might not have total height control just yet. No team's really looking to take a stab at it. They're going to wait probably until that 8th zone appearance, but if anybody goes down now, that's going to mean an individual playstyle from here on out, Dakota. Reboots have been disabled in this 7th zone. Sky, Scroll, a little bit low on their material count, but they could change that at a moment's notice. They've got one elimination. Doubt that they would hate to see another, but they have technically overtaken Kashi and Firen now by just a singular point, but that might be best case scenario for a team like Kashi and Firen, knowing that it's an EWC LAN qual team ahead of you.
That's true, that's true. And they're set up to have a pretty good game here again, alongside the other EWC qual team, which is Pablo Chino. As the zone starts moving, now they're just gonna kind of wait it out and do more of a slow rotate when the zone gets closer to them. Swizzy Pixie, on the other hand, are quite stuck in the snow down below, but for Sky and Scroll, incredible rotate to front side here.
Really done a perfect job of positioning themselves in that mid-ground section too, so they'll be able to look down. Akira punished, tried to go towards that frontside low, and Akira Kurama have been taken out of this lobby. Sky and Scroll now looking towards Focus, but Focus, he's been seeing red all game long here, Takata. But right now, he wants that eagle-eye view up above everybody else in this lobby now.
There's so many.
Getting a good read on the duos that are trying to fly overhead. Gantry, you can see some of the loot dropping with it. Teams that are getting kind of taken out for making those attempts towards the high ground, and Sato from a distance gonna be Gantry. This is a very difficult spot now to be in, though. Lobby's starting to look inwards, but Sato and Pokeside, I think, just close their walls, no problem whatsoever.
Reason gets knocked down. Look, if I'm a player that's in the sky gliding, the last duo I would want on height is Thomas HD and Focus. We know how confident these players are, especially with their AR aim. As Reason got the best or worst of it, Swizzy Pixie now, one of the other duos gliding above, continuing to not only keep an eye up top, but also apply that pressure to the teams below. They don't want anyone trying to overtake them.
Hey, they can't see all of us, right? That might be the mentality, but Pablo Chino, unfortunately not going to be able to go as high up as they were hoping for initially there. Still, that might actually be a bit of a saving grace because Focus and Thomas, they have been on point so far. Taking out team shields, making them drop to that ultimate low ground. It's just so disrupting because these teams are just being forced to kind of glide into each other on these lower layers, and the congestion is starting to build so rapidly.
Good news for Repair Sure is they are up ahead. Bad news is they're low on HP and running even lower on mats. As Darm, Beamish, looks like Cammy is knocked right by them. Not sure if they were the ones that picked it up, but they are going to do what they can to keep on going. They have more than enough materials to play with. They don't have to take any risks just yet as they're continuing to play frontside.
Darm can even afford to tank up some of those ticks of Storm with those slurp juices, but Sato, Odasai, a little bit more fixated on dealing with Darm and Demus in the first place. Shot, but Repairs underneath, eliminated. That's another clean wipeout. Swizzy, Pixie, pick up those last couple of pizza slices. Swizzy scoping out the layer just above them. They want to go upwards, but I don't know if their trajectory is going to be all that clean cut.
Oh, look, not a single elimination yet this match, but they're still looking healthy. I might have spoken too soon, though. It's Sky Scroll knocking on your door. You have to be careful, as Pablo's been fully cracked now. Dropped to just 43 HP, forced to do what he can to get out of this chaotic situation. But Focus and Thomas, they kicked off this match with only 12 points. Now, continuing to hold hype, but they have to be careful.
Saw the only thing that you needed to see. It's that cube rifle presence, but who's got it? Who's going to be the team actually trying to force Thomas and Focus down? Sky Scroll already on ultimate low. Pixie, Swizzy, they were definitely hurt, but they might be able to actually maintain hype. No, instead... Well, actually, no, it is Swizzy. Swizzy's the one with the cube rifle. He's the one that's causing so much disruption here, as now Thomas and Focus are left to try and scramble a bit, but look at Swizzy. He's just so incredibly injured, very low on the material count. They've got to get down, but they know they've got Thomas overhead. He's looking to see if he can get a clean up crew action on the high ground, but Pablo and Chino, they're just finding the eliminations underneath.
Pablo not going to be able to do it this time around. Chino now is going to have to take over from Pablo solo clutching it in the last game. Will Chino be able to live up to the expectations? No, he goes down as well. Sky Scroll now doing what they can to heal, but this is exactly what Thomas HD and Focus needed. From 12 points to already 84, and they're not even finished yet. This win could mean everything for them.
They've still got their work cut out for them, even with Scroll trying to play for placements off of that med kit. He's going to have to get involved in this action soon enough, but Darm Deemish looking relatively healthy on that low ground. Focus, though, with the Siphon coming in at the last second onto Sky. Focus now waiting to see if he can take out Darm, but Darm, just from overhead, finds the first opening shots. Thomas HD no longer the action, and Darm Deemish, for the second time today, Dakota, they've got another victory royale.
It was looking so bright, but look, it's still good either way for Thomas and Focus. Congrats as well to Deemish and Darm. Another big match from this duo, propelling themselves up that leaderboard. We said we wanted more eliminations. Frankie was asking for it. Well, Frankie, you have got it now. That match was insane. I don't even know how many total eliminations there was from those final teams, but what a way to close it out, Taco.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, all Focus and Thomas were really looking for was as many elimination points that they could possibly build up here, Takata. We have not seen a duo really lead the charge in today's competition quite the same way that Focus and Thomas have. It was just so aggressive, so demanding. They just refuse to let anybody escape their visuals at the very beginning. But obviously, Takata, we're not the only ones that witnessed some of that massacre that took place. So, Frankie, Minnie, Reese, what do y'all say?
I'm taking credit for all the eliminations that we got there. It was absolutely all me. Without stepping into the lobby, I manifested more eliminations. And guys, you're welcome. And Demas and Darm putting up yet another successful fight. I just like the cut of these guys' jibs. I have to say, Mini Miner, the fact that they're in a reload lobby makes it 10 times better, 10 times more exciting. And they were able to do things from the low ground in style there.
Yeah, they're playing that low ground really, really well. They're sort of clashing with Sky and Scroll at times as well. It's really, really, really great to watch, actually, that sort of fight going down on low ground. And it does seem like Deemish and Darm just have it all figured out right now. They're sort of playing those mid-ground layers a little bit earlier on, and then when things get a little bit difficult with the cube rifles later on, they're then dropping on down in front of Sky and Scroll. And in that particular game, it worked out really well. And then, of course, towards the end of the game, when they need to go for that height and then, of course, go for the win, they do what they did in game number 1, Reese, and find success.
Yeah, I think what we're really seeing here is a game plan in action, because that first game is almost exactly what we just watched here. A 9 elimination win, and now we've just seen another 9 elimination win. Both ended in the exact same way. The final 2v2, they used the overdrive grenades to fly up onto height and use the cube rifle to win it out. So it's like, you know, these guys' play style is clearly practiced. They clearly know exactly what they're doing. They have such a well-planned game plan. So yeah, I'm not really surprised that they're doing so good.
And what's great is they don't even need the cube rifle earlier on in the game. They just find so many of those eliminations from the mid to low ground that they just end up getting one at some point as well. So it just seems like this way they're playing is so, so great. And I suppose we spoke about the cube rifle a lot in regards to in respect of like playing height and looking down at everyone else. But when you can use it just to take height so easily like they can, it's so, so effective for them.
Well, it's been a great lobby for Demas and Dom so far, but let's talk about who else is thriving after the break.
Teammates have his back. Snaps, gets the drop on Marius, stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, forget it, the crown you want is fitted. Take shots, don't miss it, if you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better have somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty, I leave a penny for thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my purse, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3 4 these hoes, spread ass on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Post it on the low, can't lose it, find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than harder go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole aesthetic. They got so listen, told you this ain't hypothetic. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the golden wear saddle. Go riders up my body, cut them off, they yak and sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The bitch is 2020, the Leo eyes winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to
Welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. We're 4 games in. We're at the halfway point tonight, and Demas and Dom have already picked up 2 victory royales. So let's see if they can pick up even more as we head into our final games. Let's look at the leaderboard if we can, though, because it's really interesting to see that Focus and Thomas have managed to make it further up the leaderboard, but you can't see them on page number 1. If we go to page number 2, we can see that they have gone from 19th place up to 11th. That's how I have to say it. That's how poorly they were performing before they finally managed to get second place race in game 4.
Oh, I wondered what words you're going to use there. You know,
I'm trying to be positive about
poorly.
it. Okay?
They were not. Yeah, they were not. They were not. But the thing is, here you go. Right, first 3 games. They stunk it up, right? They're barely on any point. So they sit here and go, you know what? We need to make a change. We need to do something. They've upped the aggression big time. Coming into the moving zones, or coming into the parcels even, like 5th and 6th zone here, they have 6 eliminations before that. They highly aggressively push for height in the 8th zone super early, earlier than any team we've seen success from here. And then in that end game, they're jumping down. They're going for elims. They're getting on walls because they know if they want to come top 5, or they end up actually qualifying through, then they need to actually have these massive games and continue this for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and the thing they did really well that some of the teams that played height earlier on didn't do so well is they actually reclaimed height super well as well. We saw Swizzy and Pixie trying to take it off of them with their cube rifle. They then had to sort of drop down, had to play a little bit solo for a second, and then they were able to recover and reclaim that high ground. So important for them. Hopefully they can continue that aggression because, of course, you know, we saw a team like No Rally and Reason pick up a win and then sort of fall off a little bit in the games following. So hopefully now this is a sort of sign of things to come rather than just a one-off for this team.
If you take a look at the bottom of the standings there, that 20th place team, that's Ping and Wox, guys. So even though we have these big experienced names in the lobby tonight, some of them are not able to keep up the pace. And Clapsy and Cloud, we probably shouldn't be surprised that they're in 19th because this is their first ever, I guess, I can't say FNCS lobby because this is Res. It's their first Res lobby. They haven't made an FNCS Grand Finals tonight, but the fact that they made it into the top 20 for Heat 3 is impressive in itself. But let's see if they can pull off an attention-grabbing performance as we head into game number 5 with Taka and Takata.
One thing's for sure, we're already starting to see some of the repercussions of being eliminated so early on in the way that it shifts the leaderboard overall, because right now, looking at Cash and Fearon, they were just sitting in that first place position or challenging Sky and Scroll for it, Takata, and now, because they were eliminated so early on, they've been pushed down to 4th, and while that's still technically within the qualification range for LAN, it's just become a lot more threatening because other teams are definitely playing catch-ups. Let's see what happens here in Game 5.
They just can't let it happen again. They've got, the halfway point now, gone through 4 more matches left to play out. They just cannot afford it to keep going down off spawn. So we'll see if Clapsy and Keeled will get the back-to-back here, or if Fearon and Kashi will be able to continue fighting for that qualification spot. But it looks like they might even be disengaging here a little. Yeah.
No, they're hiding, they're lurking, they're waiting. Killed. Has been spotted though. Kind of gave away his position though, to be fair, but Kashi and Fearon, they're definitely being a lot more cautious with how they proceed because they know you can win every single off spawn here, Takata, but when you start losing the ones that matter, the ones where the games are starting to shift a little bit more towards those big jump gaps in the points, that's where it becomes much more dicey with maintaining your position for those land qual spots. Reason to O'Reilly very much in a similar position. They've definitely been contending a fair bit with Skydip and Mumsy. Escape it for right now, but Fearon not going to be able to close out, and Fearon and Kashi one more time brought down by Clapsy and Kjeld. And they'll have to sit in horror and wait to see what the damage is actually like with the conclusion of Game 5. But if I had to make any kind of a guess here, Takata, I would definitely wager they might find themselves being overtaken. Podesai Sato, Hadi Kami, Swizzy Pixie, Nebs Nathan. I could keep going. The list just keeps going because there are so many veteran teams here with experienced individuals combined as duos. And Clapsy Kill, they might not even get the benefit from winning the off spawn because Reason and Noah Riley immediately looking to try and apply additional pressure. Reason 1 HP does find that first knock, but it's going to be Pablo and Chino to take them down. They're not going to allow any sort of intervention here. Chino and Pablo, they're going to actually be the ones to benefit heavily.
Yeah, this is quite devastating for Kashi Fearon. We'll see if they're able to play catch-up after you've seen what's possible with one big match. Thomas HD Focus from the last match went from the bottom end of the leaderboard, I think in like 19th, all the way to almost top 10. One more game like that, and Thomas and Focus can be close to that qualifying range with 4 more opportunities. We're still have a lot to go. Darm Demish, nothing too crazy yet. They've been quite passive here in the early games.
The one benefit, though, is that Reason and Noah, they were able to actually stagger the way. They got Elin there, holding on. Skyjump very much trying to hold on to his life in this lobby right now. Is Noah Riley going to be the one getting a little bit more aggressive here. Again, all these teams that are experiencing those early eliminations, those early reboots, they've got to make up for it somewhere, and sometimes finding eliminations can help you get back on track.
Sky jump Gonna recuperate his HP as Momsy is gonna be put into panic with Noah Reason pushing them now. Issue is, Reason gets knocked down. Good news, Noah's here to save the day. As he's gonna pick him up, and he should have enough time, as there is a player getting close, but with a 2v1, shouldn't be much of an issue here.
I'm just still in such disbelief, though, that Clapsy and Kill, they win the off spawn for the second time today, and Chino Pablo waste absolutely zero time. And the fact that they weren't the only ones, there is very obviously sharks in the water here in today's competition, Takata. All they need to see is just one player's name pop up in the elimination feed, and if it's anyone that's even remotely close to where they might be at, you can expect the immediate collapse from the rest of the lobby here. Sato and Podesai, though, haven't had a chance to get as active as some of these other teams, but pretty solid loadouts to start things off.
Yeah, splitting up some of the heal shields. As we head over to a much more popular spot of the map, it seems. Kamihari, they have not been playing aggressive. They've been playing avoidant a lot of the start of these matches. They do not want to put themselves in positions where they can go down before those placement points come through. Pixie Swizzy, though, already having a cube rifle this early on. It's going to give them that upper hand.
It's one thing to have the cube rifle, though. It's another to actually be able to put yourself into a position to really utilize it. They made the attempt in the last game. Unfortunately, they just weren't healthy enough in the HP department to actually withstand that high retake from Thomas and Focus. So they're looking to try and switch up the script for this game. 104 points. Not the worst day, but not their best either. Obviously, they're looking for more.
Nebs and Nathan had a really strong start to the day, but since then they've not been able to break a top 10 in any match. Got a bit of eliminations in the last one, currently sitting at 8th place on the leaderboard. They're gonna have to find a way to kind of get back into it here, get a nice endgame finish, so hopefully they'll find out what's holding them back.
I do think it's interesting, though, checking in on all three of our teams that are essentially tied for that 7th place position. Seti and Kame are going to be the final piece of that pie because 104 points. That's been the theme so far for Swizzy Pixie, Nebs Nathan, and now Comeback and Seti. So who's going to be the first to try and separate themselves from the rest? Because one fact remains between all three of those teams, Takata. Every single one of them is going to need a lot more points, whether it's via eliminations, and obviously looking for those endgame placements. But as it currently stands, they are not in position for that land qual.
Yeah, current cutoff is 161 points. First and second leading by a hefty margin. Darm Demish with 237, Sky Scroll at 223. Good news for the teams is, you know, Sky Scroll, Pablo Chino are two qualled, well, already qualled duos are in that top 3, so the cutoff is significantly lower due to that, but, you know, things can change. We're only halfway through.
Always like to give Sven his flowers when it comes to that duo of Darm and Demish. He's been coaching them for a while now, and they've definitely made a lot of advancements here in this third Riedel Elite Series Finals. So far, haven't placed outside of the top 10 in any of the lobbies here today. Hopefully that doesn't jinx them for later on, but focusing back in onto where Chino and Pablo are at. They're gonna send themselves way up overhead. Should be a relatively smooth rotate in towards zone, but it's obvious that they're also trying to make more of a dead side approach here.
Demish and Darm, we're our first duo to kind of have that big elite elim match of the day. And now after the last one, there's been a lot more action coming through, as it looks like a wall replace could get dangerous here. Sky and Scroll on the other end, they were thinking about it, but a quick runaway. Duos in the surrounding areas, this might not be the time you want to take this fight.
Bit unlucky there for Sky. He was trying to get that right side peak angle, but just didn't net anything for him. Happens to the best, though. Even Sky and Scroll can have the occasional miss out for opening engagement, but Deemish Darm, certainly a team that is not foreign to fighting. They are more than happy to try and duke things out here, but seem a little bit preoccupied with staring down here on Frostroki. Could potentially get caught here. Two relatively strong teams looking your direction. I mean, not exactly the spot I'd want to be.
No, not at all. Put aside Sado in zone. All they got to do is hold on a few seconds here, though, and they should be fine. It is going to be Pablo and Chino kind of up above on this hill.
Cool, calm, and collected. Kira and Karama a little bit further out. His team start funneling in. Pablo and Chino are going to begin to make their way forward, but they know there's a team, a moderate surge base above them. Take a moment to pause here, but they want to remain in an elevated position on this cliff face. Still, Thomas Focus making the approach from a little bit further back. That could be trouble brewing for both of those other duos, because Thomas Focus, even despite winning that last lobby, Takata, they still need plenty more points. And, you know, sometimes you've just got to rip the Band-Aid off. You know that you've had a rough day, but hey, just send it, because that seems to have been a winning formula for Focus and Thomas, especially after that last game.
No, I think that's exactly what they needed. I mean, you know, the mental game, it's there despite these veterans, you know, being incredibly used to pressure in tournaments like these. When you have such a rough start, it's going to get to you. But a big match like that for a duo like Thomas and Focus, it's what they need to reignite that fire within them. So I'm hoping to see them continue with the momentum from last game and get another big one here.
Couple of tags, though, from other players in the lobby. Slapperoni Pizza will be dropped. Probably easier to just carry those pizza slices anyway for Focus and Thomas, but not exactly in a line of sight for the lobby focus to take place just yet. Sky Scroll, on the other hand, the team kind of hovering more towards that exterior side of the zone, and as they look in, waiting for the tick over. Momsy Sky Jump, though, success, taking out Twy. Whether or not Twy made it in, questionable, but just barely managing to reboot. But that'll be his last chance to do so, because reboots are fully disabled here. 7 zone taken over, and Cringe, sadly enough. Momsy Skyjump, they know just how hurt he is, and he won't get the chance to escape. Momsy's gonna find final elimination there. Skyjump navigating his way over, and Twy about to meet a similar fate here. Cube rifle shots from the distance. Rest of the lobby in front of him. There's just nowhere left to run.
Yeah, really not what you want to happen. Especially considering there's still 17 teams up. Sky and Scroll 223 just continuing. Kind of extend that gap from third place, but you know, a lot of big things can happen here now. Chino, Pablo are the team right below them in third. Trying to get ahead of the zone here, full low.
Sky and Scroll want that 30 band, so let's be so for real right now. And with the way that they've been putting on a display here today, Takata, every lobby just brings them one step closer. If they can stick true to finding consistency and just making it to those end games, that'll be the difference maker between maintaining that first place position on the leaderboard, finding themselves dipping a little bit lower here as Mumsy Skyjump looking in. Flapseek yelled. Success with the off spawn, but everything after the fact has been a little bit rocky here since Pablo's earlier intervening.
Sony's gonna pull east. Good news is players below the bridge should still have a pretty linear route, as now it's a waiting game for this zone to begin to move. Some players might allude to kind of the launch pad free rotate. Others are going to use this drastic change in elevation, the ravine they kind of have, to block themselves from the surrounding area. Skyjump Momsy, though, are going to kick things off. Going ahead.
Seems like they're taking a page out of Focus and Thomas's book from the last game. 7 eliminations already for Mumsy and Skyjump. Meanwhile, Pixie, Swizzy still yet to find their first, but they're more interested in just making it towards that end game, making it into the big placement rewards. Now, Focus Thomas off the launch pad. All they really want to overtake, though, is a position on height.
They want it. They want it. They know what happened in the last game when they played extra aggressive for that height early on. They held it for the whole match, basically. And once again, they're looking for a repeat.
Looked like Thomas was about to get the better end of Kotri and Fincheck yet again. It's almost starting to feel personal just because of the way those two keep clashing. But no, Thomas, Focus, they're just doing everything in their power to try and muster up as many points as they can find. But now, Focus, Thomas extending overhead tarp, Seti nearly getting brought down along the way of his rotate. Pixie, Swizzy also from that secondary height position, putting down some good pressure. Cube Rifle introduces a lot of doom and despair for the teams that aren't able to actually utilize it and instead are on the receiving end of it. But Focus, Thomas just trying to do as best a job as they can, preventing other teams from challenging them. But do they realize that Pablo is so far overhead?
Didn't have a lot of HP, though. It'd be a risky play from Pablo to do anything from that. Momsy gonna be able to recuperate that shield he lost. Sky Scroll, though, not in the position they want to be in. Incredibly low on HP and shield. They're gonna have to take some time to recuperate it, but time is not necessarily on their hand as the rotate is gonna have to come through here. But Focus, what has went wrong? They were looking like they were controlling height so well, and you called it, Taco. It's gonna be Pablo and Chino.
That's the moment they're waiting for. Look, they might not have a whole lot of healing assets, but it might not matter because Thomas and Focus, one way or the other, they're gonna force their way back towards the high ground. And Pablo Chino just a little bit too injured. They'll actually opt to drop even further still. Seti, Comeback, just trying to pick up the scraps now in some of these lower layers. They know that they need the points. They've already got 2 eliminations there onto Comeback, but Pablo, he's not done just yet, but Focus will make him be finished as Thomas and Focus continue to work their way back up towards the high ground, but the material count, it's so incredibly low. Focus is going to fall, and now it's 2 separate teams because Reason and Noah Riley, they were trying to take the stab at height. Thomas trying to shut that dream down, but Noah Riley still kicking. He wants to play for the revive, but it's going to be a bailout by Nathan instead. Thomas playing it greedy, but it works out.
Does it, though, as now no HP to work with. Focus has fallen once again. Did not last more than 2 seconds, but a big shot comes through from Thomas, unable to get the knock. He has no builds, he has no heals, just 17 HP to work with. A big bailout is what he needs. He gets the knock, and he almost secures the other, but Contri is gonna come out on top.
But ultimately, it's Nebs and Nathan who profited so heavily from all that aggression taking place on the high ground. Mumsy trying to see if he could make his way upwards, and Nathan will fall. Nobody's able to actually hold on to height for longer than a couple of seconds, it seems, because Mumsy, Skyjump, they've now overthrown Nebs and Nathan. It's going to be up to Nebs to try and clutch out some solo placement points here, and he finds 1 elimination, but gets shut down along the way. Reskar Sangil now playing ultimate low here, front side of zone control. But how much can you avoid from Mumsy and Skyjump with this Cube Rifle?
Looks like they want to set a record for the most eliminations today. Already hitting double digits. Mumsy with 8, Skyjump with 2. This is a massive match for this team. 5 teams up, 8 players left. The issue is the material count. It's running low, just 3 builds left for Mumsy. A lot of healthy duos down below. They're gonna have to apply that pressure.
Good news, though, for this duo is that the Cube Rifle, if there's one thing it can definitely accomplish, it's applying solid pressure. Skyjump and Mumsy still making sure to play hip-to-hip. Hottie Candy, same intentions. Overdrive grenades to give him a little bit of mobility here. Flowberry Fist 2 for some shield. Skyjump finds Sandguild. Can he make it towards the body, though? He needs that little bit of siphon materials. Mumsy will manage to find a refresh himself, too, onto Poda's side, but now looking back up, it's all up to Hottie to see whether or not he can keep this match going for him and Cammy. Has the medkit to try and place out some additional points here, but Mumsy just been getting so fraggy with it. He needs to look back. He needs to find Hadi, but can Hadi actually withstand? And sure enough, Mumsy's not going to be able to find him in time, so Cammy and Hadi find their first victory royale on the day.
It paid off to play safe earlier on. They've been constantly just looking for these end games. They've been making it there, and now finally they've gotten the big match they were looking for. Shout out as well to Skyjump Momsy. I think that might be the most eliminations we've seen today. They weren't able to close it out, but with the amount of placement points, with the amount of eliminations both Hari Cammy got and Skyjump Momsy, it's more than enough. Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Hari and Cammy finding so much consistency in the lobby tonight, and it's paid off with the victory royale mini minor.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see. They've been sort of finding those end games really nicely. They've kept themselves afloat in that sort of top 5, top 6 section of the leaderboard. They just needed that big game, that big push to get into, of course, that top 3 in terms of qualification for the LAN. So nice to see these guys. I mentioned it earlier, we want to see Cammy on LAN. There's still a good way to go here, Reese, but really good signs for these guys, particularly winning it from heel off as well.
Yeah, of course. You know, in Reload, as we've noticed, if you've watched any of the matches so far, it is very difficult to get placement points. You know, for a team who is so reliant on consistency, you know, placing like top 5s every single match, it's really tough. So they're doing a really, really good job of getting into basically the 12th zone every single game. And if the things go right like that, you know, you can just capitalize on a little victory royale as well.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see how far like these guys can go, like literally if they can keep it up game after game after game. They're not necessarily the biggest risk takers in the lobby, but it's always good to see Cammy potentially winning a spot on LAN race.
Absolutely. You know, like as we mentioned already, Cammy, I think everyone's going to say has the best LAN placements, full stop. So any LAN without him is honestly just a miss.
I mean, yeah, he's just the player that you want to see on LAN. Even just there, of course, going down, having the mind, the thought, thinking ahead of time to drop Chari that med kit to keep them in the game, and of course win them the game in the end is so smart. So they just need to keep up this consistency now. They've given themselves that boost to get into that qualification zone, you have to imagine. So keep up doing what they're doing. They should be just fine.
Well, we will head to a short break. When we come back, we'll be getting into 3 more games. So we'll see you in a few.
Two teammates have his back. Where's Nash? Gets the drop on Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
3 games remain in tonight's Fortnite Reload Elite Series Heat 3 finals. Obviously, this is the European edition. Middle East has been playing out at the same time. And tonight, you'll get to see the North American broadcast. Make sure you stick around for that one. Let's talk, though, about game number 5, because it was, I mean, as we've been saying, getting increasingly... I'm trying to think of a word that's more acceptable than violent. Aggressive. Let's just say aggressive, guys. I shouldn't be thinking out loud there, but I was. And you know what? There was no one more aggressive, it feels like, than Mumsy in that last game, Resub. And I know you've been counting the cube rifles that we've seen in the games, and we saw quite a few in that one. They are creeping outside a spot in the LAN finals, and if their luck keeps up, they might be able to make it.
Of course, that was, I was going to say, their biggest game, but I think probably the biggest game so far. A huge amount of eliminations for them, and you know, the way they play this, of course, ultra aggressive. In the early game, they were really benefited by the fact that they were fighting a couple teams of spawn, but you see what they're doing right here? Spraying out height from the backside, eating the storm whilst chopping out height, which allowed them to take it later on there.
Really nice stuff from these guys, and that's, of course, given them the green light to go for height. I mean, if you can use the cube rifle to then take height, you're going to be so strong when you're up there on top of it as well. And realistically, 9 times out of 10, they probably do win this game. Of course, if it wasn't for Cammy and Ari having that med kit there at the end, it just, of course, closed out a little bit too early for them. Of course, Momsy had to get a little bit fraggy here at the end and didn't have, of course, the whites to make it happen. But a 14 elimination game. They were down in sort of 16th, 14th before this game, so really nice for them.
It's absolutely ridiculous from these two. So yeah, let's see if luck is on their side, as I said before. And if we look further up, Cammy and Tari managing to stay consistently within that top 3, as we've mentioned. They got the victory royale in the last game, and it's showing out in the stats. Interesting to see Swizzy and Pixie also moving up the board. And then we have to talk about Podesai for like Mini Minor, because I feel like he is just hanging on in there. He knows that he's in with a shot, and I feel like this is the best we've seen him play for a while. Let's head though into game number 6, because Taco and Takata are ready to take us through the action.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, this is where things start changing up a little bit. We've already been past the halfway point, now getting into game 6. You're getting closer and closer to those final matches of the day, and it keeps switching between top 5 to qualify, top 4 to qualify, and it's getting a lot closer on the top end of that leaderboard.
This is where the gloves have really got to come off for all of these teams, though, that have just been throwing out light punches here and there in the early game. No, you've got to go for an all-out scrap fest currently, because eliminations, they're just not going to cut it. You need to make sure that you are in those end game positions, because so many teams have proven time and time again just how rapidly they can ascend up on that leaderboard if they just get that one solid end game performance.
Good news is we don't have to wait long, because game 6 is ready to go. What I'm thinking is Kashi Fearin, this is where they're going to start feeling that pressure after back-to-back tragic games. If it happens again now, they're running out of matches, Taco.
It's not only that, they're running out of distance. The point gap has been overcome. So many of those teams that were initially underneath them, they've managed to play cash up. And the problem now for Kashi and Fearin is, even if you are successful with the off spawn, now you're depending upon some of those other teams to perform much worse than what they have been to get to that place to begin with. But it looks like coast is clear right now. Dell and Clapsy a little bit more separated from where Fearin and Kashi are at. Still, always going to be a lot of cautiousness for how Kashi and Fearin proceed, because they cannot afford to miss out on another lobby here, Takata.
Yeah, none at all. Wonder if it was a drop diff or kind of what changed up here, but you know, despite them kind of winning that initial engagement, as you've mentioned, everybody in the lobby knows so well. They did their homework, kind of what happens in the surrounding area. So as soon as you see one of those elims on the feed from the players by you, like you said, sharks in the water ready to have dinner. It's Kashi and Fearin now feeling a little bit more comfortable, hopefully.
Got enough of a loadout to fight, but Mumsy and Skyjump, they're already in it. They're gonna opt to actually take the teleporter out. Comeback and Seti. But look who's on the other end. The moment they go through, Mumsy From the frying pan straight into the fire here with this one. Flapsy and Kiel just immediately punishing Mumsy for attempting to escape. But now, Flapsy, Kiel, they take this teleporter. You have to remember, other teams already trying to set up for those ambush opportunities. Flapsy, Kiel, they're chilling for right now. Reason has gone down, though. Noah Riley obviously still kicking. Haven't seen a duo wipeout just yet, but the eliminations are definitely rolling in.
Revenge. That's what they're getting here. Great way to kick things off. 165 points. I mean, there's more and more teams getting into that 200-point range. They're outside of qualifying in 7th place right now. Skyjump Momsy's on top of them. That's some of the good news, seeing what just happened there.
You don't want to have to spend the bulk of your game just looking for the recovery. You want to make sure that you get off to a solid start, because so many teams, as the zones draw closer and closer towards first moving, second moving, it's so much more difficult if you're just working with scraps because you've been frequently rebooting in the early game.
Looking back over to Sky and Skrull. Currently our 2nd place team right below Darm and Demish. They've been doing it well. Last game didn't quite go their way. They got 16th, 0 eliminations, but once they kind of make it far enough, they're easily able to capitalize on that and convert into big matches. 3rd, 1st, 4th.
Hey.
And you know they're feeling confident, but speak of the 1st place team like a meteor crashing down from the sky. Quick elimination onto Darm. That is not the way you want to go down.
Demish, though, still rolling around, but Sky Skrull, they might just look to play for punishing methods here. Chasing out Darm, trying to nosedive, trying to make sure that he can touch the ground, but Sky and Skrull, they'll have none of it. They know Darm's got next to nothing to work with after just rebooting. But a snipe from a distance here. Sato with the bailout of a lifetime, and Skrull, he's sent packing. Akira Kurama, they might recognize this as a solo, and Sky Skrull immediately punished. They were trying to fight for that 1st place position. Instead, they find themselves on the receiving end here. What a snipe out, though, from Sato.
That is not the way you want to go down. I mean, the bright side is they've already played so well. They already have so many points that, you know, it's only a tiny little hiccup in the overall performance from this duo, but still, what a way to go down.
That might also be Darm and Demish's demise, too, because you have to remember, team's definitely scouting out the fact, hey, Sky Skrull, they're over here for a reason. They're clearly chasing this solo that's freshly rebooting, and man, it's just tough to think that our 1st and 2nd place teams, they're now going to be left in really awkward positions. I mean, Sky and Skrull obviously the most awkward since they've been fully eliminated, but for Darm and Demish, it's going to be difficult for them to maintain that leverage over some of these other teams in the lobby. Cammy and Hadi not too far behind. But Chino, Pablo, they've got other intentions. They're looking to play a little bit more isolated from where some of this action's been taking place.
3rd zone. This 4th appears close by. Skyjump Momsy had a great match, but they weren't able to close it out with a win either way. 14 eliminations, 2nd place. I mean, they are incredibly close to qualifying now as we take a quick look at what Akira Kurama have been up to, picking up Darm. He is not having a good match. He is not having a fun match right now, but hopefully gonna be, and once again, you can see on the feed.
Unfortunately for Darm, I fear that that is going to continue to be his fate unless he's given another saving grace. Sato, Podozai, you never know with those two. Maybe some other teams looking to get involved here. It's Momsy, Skyjump. Bit of a rough start for Momsy, but seems like they've had a decent recovery. Loadout's looking solid enough to get a little active with. Kind of hovering some leftover materials. but somebody else's body loot. Both Momsy and Skyjump have yet to find their first elimination in Game 6.
Elimination shouldn't be much of a problem for this duo. Going down, though, can be a little concerning as Fincheck gets a quick shot, but no aggression's going to come through from it. A lot more teams in the surrounding areas as well, as Momsy's going to choose the disengagement route here. Good amount of mats. You don't want to use them all, especially when you get closer and closer to that late game. But Country Fincheck at 93 points, a big game, is still what they need.
They're not trying to let Skyjump and Mumsy run. They want these elimination points. They know Mumsy's hurt. Trying to see if he can find an angle, but instead Fincheck gonna get turned upon. A great supportive fire coming out of Skyjump here to save Mumsy, and just like that, Mumsy just 180 this fight. He'll be able to find the final shots here, get that elimination. It is their first, but realistically, all they really wanted to do was just create a little bit of a safety net here, some room to breathe, and finally they'll have it. Because Country, he's got to be sent the opposite direction here now. He wants to make sure that his duo actually has a chance to properly reboot.
How long is it going to last, though? As Momsy isn't going to let the disengagement slide so easily. Overdrive coming through. 7 more to work with. Where did he go, Momsy? You lost him. Just on the edge of the mountain there. Will he take a shot? Yes, he will. And hold on a second.
Okay, Kovac,
so you can't lose this.
All right, Fincheck
Falls the zone.
won't have the chance. Skyjump will get those credits for that extra elimination damage, but Mumsy and Skyjump, they're still doing what they can to try and continue climbing for that leaderboard presence. Swizzy and Pixie, though, plethora of heals right now. 2 Slapperoni pizzas, but they're gonna need a big performance here at Takata because other teams have already delivered, and that's left them in a bit of a pickle here now. They're still in the top 10. It's still feasible, but the gap just continues to grow with every lobby that passes them by.
Yeah, it kind of depends how the other duos perform that are in the surrounding, area of them on the leaderboard. We have Skyjump Momsy, Kashi Fearin, Nebs Nathan, Chino Pablo. They're kind of hoping for Chino and Pablo to do well, so they comfortably put themselves in qualifying range and open up that extra slot, making it top 5. The Imish Darm, rough start of the match, but looks like they've recuperated enough. Gonna still play Storm until they no longer can, and that end game's kind of ready to be played out.
This is kind of brutal, though. Darm doing what he can, try and pick up some leftovers. At the same time, we're already in the two-tick, Takata. We'll take that launch pad in, but other team surely gonna be looking up at the skies right now as Darm and Deemish. They might just opt for teleportation play instead. It's Thomas and Focus.
Yeah,
Had
this
their
team on the
pop
other
off.
hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one thing though, like to have a Victory Royale game and then it can't just be a one-off kind of performance.
Yeah, that's the issue. They do need another big match, unlike the other duos we were looking at that are kind of right outside of that cutoff. They can't afford just some decently consistent end games. They need these big matches, and it looks like they're trying to set themselves up for that. I don't see them playing overly aggressive, though. They're not kind of in panic like they were when they were at the bottom half of the leaderboard, so hopefully that mental stability is going to be enough to allow them to get these big matches.
Darm and Deemish might actually have to contend with storm sickness here because of how this starting point has been for them. Rollercoaster of emotions, though. All they're really trying to do is just confirm a little bit of extra placement. They know with their biggest competitors for that first place position being Sky and Scroll getting eliminated so early on, if they can just hold on, make it into some decent placement, they can make sure that they retain that first place spot. They are still trying to find their EWC land qual here today as well.
Momsy Skyjump positioned very well. Issue is zone did not pull in their favor, so they are going to allude to the overdrive right back down to low. Kiro Fastroki right on the other end here. So now they're going to wait for the rest of the teams to rotate on through.
Looking back though, Kira spotted out. No shots to connect though from Momzi. Podesai Sato. Currently a little bit more towards that front side, but just looking to expand. They're looking for a chance. Try and keep moving one step forward. Teams that come crashing in though from those overdrive grenades. Seti and Comeback a little bit injured here on their approach is Cammy, Hadi. Also trying to see what kind of damage they can deal. Cammy a little bit more bold too. Some of these weapon choices.
Yeah. They actually have some of the lowest average eliminations, so they're not playing aggressive, but they are doing a great job of making these end games. Thomas Focus taking a similar route specifically just for this match. As Pablo and Shino now are doing what they can. They were on the top end of that leaderboard earlier on. They've kind of slowly fallen off, but one decent game is all they really need.
Poor Comeback though, he'll be left to try and see what he can actually build up here as a solo, losing Seti just as the reboots have been disabled. Now having to make his way forward. And there's still so many duos left standing. Swizzy and Pixie. A lot of white heels to work with. Just waiting to see if they can have their moment to shine. Thomas, Focus, also trying to replicate some of that magic they had managed to capture in their Victor Royale moment, but again, you just need so much more. The placement just becomes so brutal for these duos.
You can almost feel a bit of the pressure from this lobby. It's not as aggressive as it's been in this zone previously in the earlier matches. When we get closer to those final matches, the teams kind of realize, oh, okay, you know, we've running out of chances here slowly. But the Image Darm, it's not about running out of chances, it's just maintaining what they already have. Big connection up to the elevated mountain area here. But this is where the pads come through, where the mobility items get used, and when you have to be careful of the clouds.
You really got to keep an eye out for Pablo and Chino, but still even higher up than them, Cammy and Hadi, Nebs, Nathan, all of these duos kind of staring each other down, hoping that they're not going to be the first ones to be fixated on by the team currently holding on to height is Thomas Focus. They're willing to hedge their bets on seeing if they can maintain the high ground one more time. Looking back, but really what they should be is looking up. Darm, Deemish. Could be a big part of the reason, though, why Thomas and Focus are so distracted. The way that they maneuver through the secondary height, if they can bring down Akira, that could be a big difference maker here. But for a team that was so shambles at the start of this game, Takata, they've done an excellent job at bringing things back to a solid position.
You can tell with ammunition, though, there was only 10 shots in Darm's shotgun there. So he has to choose wisely which players he goes for here, as now 10th zone will be appearing shortly. They are going to try and get a bit ahead. A great position so far. As now all they got to do is wait 5 seconds to see what happens. Thomas and Focus continuing to hold on to height. No eliminations on the board yet, but they've got the cube rifle. They've got mats. They've got a loadout to take home the game.
All they really need to have from this point on is awareness. You don't want to get height checked by teams using that Fizzbat strategy. As now, Momzi, sky jump, trying to see Reason narrowly managing to avoid being brought down here. But Darm and Deemish, a little bit of disaster seeming to strike here. Trying to contend with repairs underneath them. Noah Riley also on the other side of their walls, but Darm, Deemish, gonna be Fullberry Fizz and keep it moving. Podesai, Sato on their last legs here, and Sato will be brought down, but Podesai at least finds that elimination. It's gonna be some additional points here. Darm, Deemish. Material count is so slim now. The refresh could be the difference maker. After all, is Clapsy, what exactly is he able to deliver? It's mostly Psycho materials, and Deemish has fallen. Darm left as a solo. He's more than comfortable, though, in navigating his own way forward here. All he needs to do is connect with a big shot, but he's already delivered on so many of those today. He just has to keep replicating it.
From how the game started, the performance is there as Reason, cube rifle up to height. Not sure if it's gonna be enough as Swizzy, lot of loot close by. Twy, though, has his eyes on the prize. Focus is left alone now. Thomas HD has gone down to that height retake from Reason. As Focus is running low on materials, he picks up his teammates' mats. 32 now on the board, has a little bit of a fizz left. One pizza slice. He has to get back to zone, but a huge shot the revenge onto Noah. He said, you take out my duo. I'm not letting that one slide.
Talk about reaction timers, though. Noah didn't have any chance to respond, just immediately deleted from the lobby. Keto and for Strokey, though, ultimate lows. Pablo with the snipe out onto focus from height. Pablo now going to make sure to pick up those remains, but it's all about Pablo and Chino sending themselves upwards. The cube rifle shots being sent downwards. Gashi Fit and doing what they can, trying to hold on, but Gashi, he's out of this one. Darm might be soon to follow here. All of these teams just finding themselves on the receiving end of this cube rifle currently. And not only that, but they've got to deal with Chino too underneath. A mastermind of elimination series here needed to take place, but Chino, he's already got 2. Pixie might be the 3rd, and sure enough, Chino and Pablo in a pretty dominating fashion here at those last couple of moments, but victory royales all the same. Takada, they've definitely built up some nice placement here.
Look, there's a reason they've been the most consistent duo in this reload format. They are now back on top once again. There's more we would expect from a duo of this caliber. Frankie, Reese, Minnie, how are we feeling?
Thank you so much, guys. Pablo and Chino, they're already qualified for the LAN finals, but that doesn't mean they can't have a bit of fun tonight, and they managed to pull a win out of the chaos, Reese. But actually, when we saw them on height with the cube rifle, it was inevitable.
It was. I'm not going to say it. It was inevitable. It was so... I don't want to say easy. That's not the word I'm going to use. But this is like the first game I think we've seen with both these players alive in a duo, right? Every single time the previous games, it's been solo clutch, whether it was Pablo, whether it was Chino. This time they actually managed to just play very, very passively. You saw them use the launchpad strat up, take height later on, and then easy win.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see them use that strat as well. It's something we sort of spoke about at the beginning of the day. Potentially a team could use this, and these guys were the example that we saw in the sort of packages and the highlights that we were looking at. And they just haven't been able to find those wins from what I've been seeing when they've been doing that and actually playing those end games. Like for what you just mentioned, Reese, of course, the fact that they're trying to solo clutch, which doesn't always work out for them. And you can't necessarily find that consistency with so many solo clutches. So hopefully now this is sort of them finding the success and finding the formula that they need to turn those good games into wins. Because I think if they can figure that out consistently, they're genuinely going to be so unstoppable. We've seen what they can do in the previous weeks. If they can get on a bit of a run and find some wins like this, they should be on for a winner.
Definitely. And I think this is one of those games where, you know, every time we see these guys, they have like 50 builds, and it's usually by like the 7th or 8th zone, and then they're just still going by the 9th zone. But this is one of the first times this tournament we've looked at them, they've had a solid mid game. You know, it came into the kind of 9th, 8th kind of zone, that region, and they actually had 100 builds. They had mobility, they had the ability to play out the game as a full duo. So of course it pays off.
It's really good to see Pablo Chino on top, and this is a new map, so there's a lot to learn, but they've obviously found their footing, and we'll see if they can continue that after the break.
Two teammates have his back. There's Nash. Gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
we've got a couple more games tonight in the Fortnite Reload Elite Series Heat 3 finals here in Europe, but already the lobby is hot to trot because we had an epic spicy moment as Sky and Scroll, who I normally think is absolute angels, went for the jugular of first place Demas and Dom, and Reese, it didn't quite go their way.
It didn't quite go their way, but this is the kind of plays you want to make if you want to win a tournament. They were in second place. Sky and Scroll goes for the big fizz pad. You can see them flying through the sky. They get the elimination. It's great. Sky goes to chase Darm again. This is going to be another elimination point. You ruin the other player's chances, potentially, of being able to stay in first. You increase your chances, and he gets sniped. And then Scroll decides, right, I'm going to leave. I'm going to let him respawn. And then Akira's hiding in a cone. So a very unfortunate way for second place to go down. They're trying to up the aggression. They're making a play for first, but didn't really win out.
But let's take a look and see how that's impacted the leaderboard. Demas and Dom continue to have a fantastic night. A whopping 30 eliminations, 2 victory royales. They are definitely looking like the kings of the lobby right now. But let's see where Thomas and Focus have got to. They're in 10th. They've gone up just 1 place, unfortunately, after going down in an unfortunate situation. Although we have to say, the high ground take, it probably wasn't the wisest mini miner, given how early they tried to take it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't bad. It was just a little bit too early. I can see why they went for it. Of course, you know, they're trying to take height. They're trying to move up in the standings. They're trying to recover their overall tournament. I mean, yeah, that's tough. I mean, there's not much you can do about that when it comes to the Q rifle. You know, you just got splat on the floor. Really difficult. Focus with this lovely shot, though, Reese. Really impressed with how he managed to solo clutch a few extra placement points for them. Although now they've really got to start turning it on. They've got a couple of games to go. They need to find those end games and find a little bit more consistency there.
Well, let's take a look at the second page of the leaderboard, if we can, to see where some of our notable names have got to. And as you can see, it's been a difficult night for the Gentlemates duo, Akira and Kurama. I know the commentators were really hoping for the best for them. Konbek and Seti, they haven't quite managed to match some of the other Polish duos in the lobby tonight. But if we actually rewind, if we can, back to page number 1, because I never miss an opportunity to talk about Podosai and Sato if I can. I'm not gonna lie, guys, the eliminations, that ain't a sexy number, okay? 14 eliminations, no victory royales, but their average placement is 5.83 mini miners. So again, not very sexy, but it could potentially see them through to the LAN finals.
It's working. That's all you need to do. Stay consistent. It's not easy in this game mode either, particularly looking at teams like Cammy and Hari. You can see that one wrong move, one mistake can cause them problems. So, you know, these last 2 games, it's not guaranteed for them yet, but they're playing so well so far.
And it's great to see a comeback story, Reese. You know, for Podosai after last year.
After, especially, yeah, exactly after last year. But I was actually going to say about both those teams is like, there's not many highlights. You don't see much about Kamihari. You don't see much about Podosai Sato doing, just because they're so consistent over and over again. You're not seeing the crazy plays that you'll get out of Darmadim or Sky and Scroll, Chino, Pablo, whatsoever. But they're the ones that are just climbing up the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens in the next 2 games. Let's head to game 7 with Taco and Takata.
We are definitely witnessing a lot of consistency, though, from Cammy and Hadi with just making it to those endgame moments, and that has been a massive difference maker for so many of these duos, Takata, because right now, it's looking like top 5 is the sweet spot for that EWC LAN qual, and all those duos inside of the top 10 are relatively within striking range for it.
Yeah, there's only a 6-point difference between 7th and 4th. And like you mentioned, it's looking like top 5. So these players are going to have to lock in for the last 2 matches. So let's get right into game 7.
And one thing I always want to check up on is seeing what's taking place with Kashi and Firen, because when they've made it off Spawn Takata, they've pulled off a top 5 finish or better. And now it becomes a huge problem for if they don't close out, if they don't survive the off spawn, if Geld and Clapsy get the better end of this exchange, Firen and Kashi are going to be left to banking it all on that last lobby, game number 8, to see whether or not they can actually pull themselves up into that top 5 position for the leaderboard.
Let's see what happens here. The drop comes through. Not going for the 50-50 this time around. They lost it when they played it. It's now Kashi Firen hitting the initial shots. Now with the upper hand in this fight, Mini's going to get popped. How aggressive will they play if you're ever going to do it? It's in reload.
Yeah, but what you really wish that you could find for floor spawn, floor loot, shotgun. That's the one thing that's missing right now. For Kashi and Fiden still has these Morphi weapons to work with. Finally gonna find a shotty, but still Kashi and Fiden to play it. A little bit of a nail biter here. If they go down, Takada, this could be their opportunity to qual land. Flashing right before their eyes, but Yelp manages to make it an even 50-50. Can't finish it out though, and sure enough, Fiden and Kashi will at least have this 7th lobby opportunity to see how far they can actually climb for the leaderboard.
Will they though? Momsy close by, Reason close by. They saw the feed, they saw the fight conclude, and they said now is the perfect time to strike. As Momsy's looking for an angle, playing it safe, playing it slow. But Kashi fear, and they should be aware, they should know that this is what's coming.
And Momsy Skyjump, they rushed over here. They didn't really spend a whole lot of time actually farming things up. Still, relatively strong loadouts for fighting. Pump shot, going to connect. Shields have been reduced, but Momsy Skyjump still have a little bit of work cut out for them, especially if they have to deal with a third party to their third partying. All depends on what Riley and Reason actually decide to get up to, but Fiden and Kashi stayed them off for a little bit longer. Momsy lurking underneath. Skyjump brought incredibly low here though. And Reason, Noah, Riley, they're gonna start to play spoiler here. They look back, they see there was another player isolated, but I don't know if they make it to Momsy in time to fully wipe out this duo. It makes perfect sense though, Takada, seeing all these teams clash so early on, because in Momsy and Skyjump's head, they're sitting in that 8th place position, but if you take out a team that's contending for that top 5 on the leaderboard, you're one step closer to putting yourself in that spot instead.
That's exactly what you want to see here. 18 players up, these last 2 matches, that's when the pressure is fully on. As Noah and Reason are going to choose the disengagement route. Sky Scroll, we saw a bit of an unfortunate end to the last match. Now in the most recent 2 games, they've got 16th and 19th. They're just slowly dropping. And if they drop one more place, it's no longer top 5 to qualify. They're only 3 points away from Cammy and Hari, so they cannot afford another bad match. I mean, they've already qualified, but it's almost more of an issue for the teams right below them, making it the top 4 instead of top 5, but the aggression looks like it's still there.
Ideally, Sky and Scroll retaining a spot inside of the top 5 would be the best case scenario for everybody else in this lobby, but at the same time, if you're saying it on Revscar, the last thing you want to see is Sky and Scroll having any semblance of success here, because that would mean they're the ones being eliminated, and that's just a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's not really how you want your second to last match to go. But no full get-ins yet. Just kind of a bit of pressure being applied to the walls. No third parties coming through yet. I mean, it's pretty calm right now, to be fair.
Podesai and Sato might be looking to change that narrative, though. Seems like they were interested in Akira and Karama for a moment, but they have opted to fall back instead. Kind of cruising through the storm, replenishing some of their materials. Elimination feed, though, telling a different kind of story there for Sangil and Revscar. They've at least found one half of the duo. Revscar is all they need to finalize another duo wipeout, but instead, Revscar does manage to escape by a little bit more time. Sangil, on the other hand, though, might just beat his demise on that reboot.
Chino looking incredibly confident right now. As his teammate Pablo, though, is put into a bit of danger being fully cracked. They're going to have to regroup here, shield back up, and see if they want to continue the fight afterwards.
Cammy's low, too, though. Definitely exchanging some pretty big blows between these two teams, but Cammy and Hadi, they're content to just depart. They don't want to compromise their current positioning, their current leverage with the leaderboard, and even the slightest hiccup now could have the most detrimental results later on. They can't take those kinds of chances. Get a review, though. Some eliminations That went the way of Sato and Podesai here. They've already got 2, one apiece here, but that Mythic Pulse Rifle is going to be a problem for the rest of this lobby if Sato and Podesai are able to build up any sort of momentum here.
Hopefully they can. 18 teams are still up. There's eliminations coming through, but not too many duos actually going down. 3 on the board for Sato Podesai. Looking to just kind of maintain the position they currently have. Only 2 matches left. Gotta see how it gets closed out. Swizzy, though, nice little pickup onto Comeback.
Never gonna complain about 3 elimination points, that's for sure. But Noah Riley and Reason, they need more than just 6 elimination points. They need to find a strong end game placement, because it's still feasible for them to work their way into a top 5 here at Takata, but realistically, they're going to need at least a top 3 along with a decent amount of eliminations to really make up the difference.
Yeah, and it's been rough for Nebs and Nathan. I mentioned it in the last match. They just had such a strong start, but since then, I mean, I said they couldn't break top 10. They've broken top 10 twice now, but they got 9th both times. 5 and 2 eliminations. You got to do more than that if you want to put yourself in qualifying range.
Nebs and Nathan are just exchanging reboots at this stage. There's always at least 1 or 2 duos that just aren't able to escape the early game aggression, and once you fall into that cycle of rebooting, it's just a signal in the sky for everybody else to start looking your direction, and especially for some of these duos that are trying to make up for a difference in points. I mean, the best way to do that is just keep farming an easy peasy 3-peat off of the players that you know are going to keep going through that effort of just trying to touch back onto the ground.
Out of the 18 duos that are up right now, only 2 of them are not in the storm and actually in the zone. Just shows you how the playstyle differs here in the Reload Elite series. It's much more kind of just preparing yourself for that end game. The mobility gives you a lot of freedom. We had the big match from Thomas HD and Focus, but since then, they've been a little quiet despite having gotten 6th, 11th. It's only been 1 elimination per match. So clearly, they need to step up the aggression a bit more here.
Can't fault them too heavily, though, but first and foremost, it's about whether or not Seti and Comeback are going to be able to withstand the likes of Reason and Noah Riley. It looks like the revive is a success, though. Reason and Noah, unfortunately, sent packing. And that is going to make things very difficult in terms of recovery, because Seti, Comeback, they're going to look to try and hold down the fort here at Hostile Hold. They want to prevent Noah and Reason from actually being able to try and re-engage and look to recuperate some of those lost materials. And that's going to leave them open for other duos to kind of take advantage of.
Duo that's comfortably leading the pack here. Almost at 300 points now. They're playing completely passive. They had a bit of panic in the game where Sky and Scroll were trying to hunt them down. But now they don't need that with 2 matches left. All they need to do is literally make it to the end game. They don't even have to perform too well in it.
Well, there's still 30,000 prize pool on the line, and
That's
I never want to
true.
take those chances with Chino and Pablo as close behind as they are, but it was an incredibly impressive performance still from Darman Demish in that 6th lobby. The fact that they managed to scrape together a 3rd place, despite how problematic the early game was, that kind of speaks dividends to their abilities here in the Reload Elite Series. Scroll and Sky, though, 5 eliminations already. They also want to keep themselves in that conversation for first place, Takata, and we get a chance even to look back and see how some of the success has been building up here. Just overhead, a little bit of a masterclass of angles and aim, Scroll and Sky. Making quick work of some members of the lobby.
Yeah, they're looking tapped in already with 5 elims too. Thomas and Focus already getting the same amount of eliminations they've gotten in the combined last 2 matches. So this is what I'd like to see. Loadout's looking incredibly strong too. They've been aggressively playing for high ground once these end games do commence. So hopefully this time around they can fully get it. The Scroll's not even done yet. Sand killed once again. Gonna get in the Allier Classic, it seems.
If we get a three-peat from production on this highlight reel, oh man, almost feels like we're building Scroll's next YouTube video for him at this point. But hey, is a standout player for a reason on the EU region. Pixie Swizzy though, they're also trying to make their mark in the 7th lobby. Comeback dropped. Swizzy at 2 eliminations, trying to see if he can find another. The cube rifle. But it's going to be Seti and Comeback eliminated from the game fully. Cammy and Hottie directly underneath. Swizzy and Pixie are at just fully sandwiching Seti and Comeback. But now, Cammy, Hottie, yeah, they're realizing what they're actually contending with. A double cube rifle opportunity here. If there was ever a match for Swizzy and Pixie to get their win, this might be the one, Takata.
This might be Cammy Hari's worst nightmare right now. A duo of cube rifles. As Cammy gets knocked down, Swizzy does get cracked, but he's got more than enough heals. Reason, we know how much he likes the cube rifle. He saw it getting used, said, I want a piece of that pie. But it's quickly going to disengage as now the rotates have to come through.
Another issue, too, for this lobby, Takata, is look at the heals. Swizzy still has Slurp Juice to work with, still has a Slapperoni Pizza. Got decent mobility, even. They'll have no issues making their way towards this next edge of zone. Chino and Pablo. Slightly different scenario here, but still tucked away in a decent spot, looking downwards, trying to see if they can maybe take out some duos rotating a little bit later than the rest of the pack, but Hottie and Cammy, we know that they were getting a little bit involved. You can actually get a chance to witness how it went down here, and it's actually Reason on the receiving end. Hottie managing to find a big refresh. The loadout's still looking a little bit slim, though.
That's exactly what they needed, though. The amount of mats that they used from that double cube rifle. They were starting to run low, I'm sure. But now with even another one and the golden pump, this is exactly what this duo needed. As now they're going to continue forwards. They are just right on the cutoff of qualifying. A big match for Hari and Cammy could really set themselves up for the last match of the day. The Sky and Scroll continuing forwards.
Sky and Scroll, though. 6 eliminations already. Focus Thomas. They do not want to be added towards that tally. But how much material are you actually willing to burn through? Is now Sato, Podesai gliding overhead, just kind of watching some of the chaos unfold underneath them. Whether or not they'll have a safe touchdown, that's another story still yet to be told here. But Darm and Beamish kind of just doing their thing, making sure to maintain that frontside position. Slightly elevated, though, to avoid all that congestion underneath.
The last match had the most changes in high ground I think we've seen throughout the whole day, so I'm wondering if that trend will continue here. If so, taking it early might be a little risky, but Cammy Hari doing a great job to stay ahead here. There is a change of elevation. They're gonna have to go up a bit, but they're prime positioning right now.
Big part of the problem, too, for some of the duos that are encountering Hari and Cammy is Hottie rocking that exotic Shadow Tracker pistol. That's a big problem because you get tagged, you're gonna be marked, you're gonna be followed and pursued, and Cammy Hottie, they definitely want the elimination points here. It's focus from overhead. Mythic drum gun, by the way. It might not be a cube rifle, but it can definitely still be a great suppressive measure here. Looking upwards, though. Got to keep tabs on those players trying to fly in overhead.
Looks good. They only have 161. I say only because the cutoff is 223 right now. And Shinho Pablo well above it. Only one elim on the board, but 15 mats remaining. A refresh is most likely going to come soon as Cammy's just picked up his third. 6 total elims for this duo.
Definitely trying to make sure that they can do everything in their power to pull ahead. They don't want to keep it close. The margins a lot more narrow than what they would prefer. So every single elimination could be the difference here as Deemish, Darm looking to bring down Podesai. Sato doing what he can to hold the wall. But Sky and Scroll, they might cause some serious problems now for Darm and Deemish. Just one player underneath. They're not going to be able to get the shots in just yet. Swizzy and Pixie, though. They find Sato. Podesai still trying to see if he can escape, but as a solo, all these healthy members, and Pablo actually going to be brought down. That is a big exchange here. Sky and Scroll, they might be able to overtake, but first it's Cammy Hottie. They want the high ground.
Thomas HD is forced to drop down below. They've successfully overthrown height. Issue is Cammy has no mats. He's doing what he can to mantle up. It's going to be an overdrive, though, to regroup onto Hari. Thomas HD now has to clutch this one out. 173 points isn't going to do it. He's going to feel the pressure in the last game if he doesn't get points here.
We've seen one successful solo clutch already, Pablo with that top 3 performance, but now Scroll in a very similar position here. Already has 4 eliminations, might make it 5, but doesn't connect. Just barely misses on Momsy, who didn't even have any shield to work with, but still has another opportunity maybe onto Thomas HD, who's scrambling overhead. Swizzy and Pixie, though, are managing to keep their composure. They've avoided a good chunk of aggression here from Hottie and Cammy, though, but the danger still resides. Cammy with that cube rifle, Hottie with that tracker pistol. It's going to make things very difficult for players to escape, and Karama, he might be understanding what exactly that entails.
Trying to edit his teammate in, but he's just unable to do so. 55 HP, 0 mats. Popping the mini to do what he can to stay up here with only 4 duos left. Swizzy and Pixie are gonna try and elevate themselves a bit here, but Hari, Cammy, they're just too high up.
Hari, Cammy, they might not realize where Swizzy and Pixie are actually at. No, sure enough, Cammy has made sure to spot them. He sees the builds go up. He immediately tries to bring them down with that cube rifle. Swizzy, Pixie on the low ground. Darm, Deemish on the other end of things. 3 relatively healthy duos. Who's going to be the first one to go out here? And it's looking like Darm and Deemish aren't going to be able to withstand the brunt of the pressure here. Is now Hottie, Cammy. They want to get involved in the mix. Pixie is down and out for the count, and Hottie, Cammy have managed to bring this one home.
Taking them out like dominoes, one after the other. I think I saw 8 eliminations just for one of the players as well. This is exactly what Cammy and Hari needed to solidify themselves in that qualifying range. They were the cutoff. They were right there, and now this is going to push them up in a very comfortable position going into the last game. What a way to close things out for Cammy and Hari. Frankie, Reese, Minnie, this is what we like to see.
It is what we like to see. Takata just hit the nail on the head there. Cammy and Hari really needed this, especially as Swizzy and Pixie were breathing down their necks on the leaderboard and in the lobby in that end game mini minor. And now that Cammy and Hari have managed to get that victory royale, they'll be feeling very satisfied. Pixie and Swizzy gonna be sweating.
Yeah, really great stuff from these guys. I mean, how many eliminations was that? I was like looking at it. I was like, is this actually Cammy and Hari? What's going on here? They're getting so many frags right now, and that's nice to see, right? They actually needed that. When you look at the standings, of course, going into that game, they want to try and boost themselves. That might have just qualified. I'm sure we'll see when we do get a look at the standings. But really textbook stuff, taking height and, of course, spraying on down, closing out the game really quickly as well, Reese. So really nice to play from those guys.
Yeah, I definitely saw this as a game of momentum, right? We saw earlier, Swizz and Pixie had the cube rifle. They were just spamming shots down onto Cammy down below, and he got knocked at that point. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, this game's kind of over. I'm sorry, it might be over at this point. But huge clutch up from Hari to pick up a refresh onto Reason, which got him completely stacked. Got the refresh, got the revive, kept them moving, and it was just like the momentum from then on was so good.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from these two. I think they are obviously experienced, particularly Cammy. I think he does have his eyes on the leaderboard, and he's aware that, you know what, they do have to go lights out for these last games, although we'll see what happens in Game 8 now that they're probably going to want to play a little bit safely again, Reese.
Absolutely, right. You can see exactly what I talked about right there. There was the refresh onto Reason that set them up. That got them the second cube rifle that they've got. They got the shadow tracker. They have tons more mats. And then, of course, comes the end game. You might as well just look up. That's Focus. This is the second time I've seen Focus go down like that. That might not even just be the second. Might be the third. Maybe the fourth. I've seen him go down from height to the cube.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I mean, as soon as you get double cube rifle like this, it can only end one way, particularly when you're Cammy and Hari. And I'm not really concerned about these guys now going into this last game because Cammy's been there, done that. He's been in this position before. I think if you're looking at the leaderboard when we do get to have a look at it, if these guys are sort of just inside of that qualification range, you expect to see them get over the line just because of that experience as well. I mean, this was unbelievable as well from Hari. That max pump at the end. Beautiful stuff.
I would like to add there very quickly. They were on 13 elims before this, and they just got a 14 elim win. Done that single match. They have doubled their elimination count.
Well, we've seen it now. So, Cammy, if you're watching this back, there's no excuses. I never want to see you on 0 elims in the end game ever again. Let's go to a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the leaderboard.
Teammates have his back. There's Nash. Gets the drop on the Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya.
There are 3 spots up for grabs in the Fortnite Reload Elite Series LAN Finals in August. We have 2 duos who've already qualified in the lobby tonight, and they're both within the top 5, which means as we look at the leaderboard, keep your eyes on the upper half. That line's very handily showing you who is currently in that qualification range. And Swizzy Pixie had a terrible couple of games to start things off, but now they placed 3rd, 2nd, and 3rd in the last 3 games, Reese, and they are looking like they could just about do it.
Yeah, it really feels like they're picking up steam as the tournament's gone on here. It's almost like they've kind of figured out the meta in the tournament as things have gone on. You know, those last couple matches, as you said, a 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, incredibly consistent. If they do that in that final game, almost a guaranteed qualification.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of like their grand finals from this season and their entire season as a whole. It's like they took a long time to figure it out. Day 1 grands, they had an absolute stinker. Day 2, they figured it out. This is almost like that on sort of like that micro level. So they just seem to be able to adapt really, really well. And I think that just speaks volumes about their experience, about their understanding of the game at its core. So they can just continue to keep developing. Hopefully for them now, they can continue the upward trend because they had a 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 7th in the last 4 games. So they've just been on that upward trend. They need to make this game count though, because they're only 1 point ahead of Podosai and Sata, who are definitely breathing down their necks as well.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. Just 1 point separating these guys. And if you look at their averages, both in terms of eliminations and placement, Mini Miner, it is eerily close. You can see that literally 18 eliminations apiece. But if we think about the X factor that the duos can bring here, we don't necessarily associate that with Podosai and Sata, but we do associate it with Peak, Swizzy, and Pixie.
Yeah, and that's the sort of concern I have here for Swizzy and Pixie, is that their peaks have been better than Podosai and Sato today. They have been performing better in the games they're doing well, but the games they don't do so well, they are going down a lot earlier, whereas Podosai and Sato are very, very consistent. They're not breaking into that sort of top 3 or sort of winning games and stuff like that. They're very, very consistent. So if they can keep that up, that's probably the team that I have my eyes on here to qualify, unless Swizzy and Pixie have a great game.
Yeah, and both teams need to have a really good game, because if you think about it, that last game, Podosai Sato came 8th with 4 elims. Sounds like a good game, but they dropped 3 leaderboard placements.
Well, we are ready, guys, to get into game number 8. There's no day 2. These teams have got to step it up. Let's head to Taco and Takata.
Thank you, Frankie. You said it yourself. This is the last shot for the Reload Elite Series Qualifier 3. You're talking about the 2 teams right outside qualifying range, but I'm thinking too, Kashi Firin, really depending on what happens in this match, they could still have a shot of pushing themselves in if those 2 teams right above them don't end up having really big matches, Taco.
Look, I'm just going to read straight off the leaderboard, Takata. We're looking at Skyjump and Momsy. We've got Swizzy Pixie, who obviously need to try and solidify themselves in the top 5. And not only that, we've got game number 8 to figure out who's actually going to get the job done.
Starting to feel a little nervous for some of the duos in this lobby. It really comes down to this. If Podosai Sato and Swizzy Pixie both make it far in the end game, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Kashi and Firin to overtake them. However, if they have a rough start to this match, if they go down in kind of that mid section of the late game, it is possible.
This is also maybe a point where some of the nerves can start to sort of factor in yet again, because you're staring down the barrel of what might be an EWC LAN qualification spot. Also, have to factor in that little bit of prize pool, but most importantly still, Takata, you can't switch things up too drastically. If you are one of these teams, you want to play your consistent strategies, your consistent methods, but at the same time, you don't know who's going to just be all out sending it at a last-ditch effort to try and take over.
Yeah, I mean, even the teams the lower half of the leaderboard, there's a big prize pool to play for. And Sky and Scroll know exactly that as they try and push themselves up and up that leaderboard. They're currently in 4th place, but they've already qualified to the EWC LAN. So now they just want to secure as much prize money as possible, sitting in 4th place. They have a lot of duos they could overthrow, but for that, they're going to need a big match.
I mean, even the distance between them and 3rd with Chino and Pablo, that's still 15 points. You look at Hari Kami, 325 points, and now disaster might strike here because Darm Demish, they don't want to give Sky and Scroll the chance. They're going to take matters into their own hands. A little bit of revenge, maybe even, given what took place in what I believe is Game 6, right? So Darm and Demish They're gonna leave the scene of the crime here. They recognize spots got a little bit too hot here. Akira and Karama now intervening means that they'll just take a full-on departure, retreat. Podesai Sato also disengaging, but the issue now is just survival. Podesai dancing every which way with these overdrive grenades, but the tags, the shots, the pressure might be getting to him.
No mats to work with now. The last build has been placed. It's all or nothing here for Podesai. He needs to take the all-out bailout shot onto Seti, but he's not going to be able to get it. Comeback and Seti now 2 elims on the board.
No duo has been completely taken out just yet, though. Look at Sato. So quiet, so still, just hoping that his duo can actually have the opportunity to get a little bit of material, a little bit of builds, but they're going to be having to play for a very big upswing here at Takata. I mean, they were one of those duos, like the desk already highlighted, in that 6th place position. So close yet so far right now. It's like right within their grasp, but they still haven't managed to get a handful just yet of top 5.
Yeah, the main head-to-head qualifying duos is Podesai Sato and Swizzy and Pixie, but Swizzy Pixie not contested off spawn. Not too many issues in the early game. Most consistent matches have been the last 3. They got 3rd, 2nd, 3rd. But will Sky and Scroll play extra aggressive here? How will they find a way to kind of push themselves up that leaderboard?
One thing's for sure, whether or not they're getting aggressive, Thomas and Focus most definitely are. Scroll trying to see if he could tuck himself away, but yeah, Thomas all too ready for that one. And this is just the repercussions behind those initial early strikes out of Sky and Scroll. They wanted to be aggressive, they wanted to get some placement points because they wanted to play catch up on the leaderboard. But they were going to need a very strong performance here at Takata to actually catch up to Dharma and Dimish, who have managed to build up a very strong difference in 1st place and 2nd.
You can kind of see the difference in playstyle. Dharma and Dimish, they don't want to fight right now. They just want to maintain that 1st place spot. They can't afford to go down this early in the match, but Akira Kurama, they need a very big game. The aggression from them is currently showing. I'm curious to what Sky and Scroll are doing in the meantime, but looks like they're chasing down Podesai.
It's just from one scuff player to the next. Sky and Scroll, they've been dealing with a lot of troubles here, and Podesai very much similar boat. Only difference is he doesn't have that EWC land qual spot already locked in here. Chino, Pablo also getting fraggy with it. Chino taking out Dimish, now puts Darm in a very awkward position. Gotta play your life, but at the same time, you don't want to go out too soon because Chino, Pablo, would be more than happy for that sort of advantage, but Akira actually gonna take out Pablo while Chino was so preoccupied dealing with the other half of Poland, and now Chino, tables have turned entirely. Akira and Karama, they might be looking to try and take him out.
Yeah, the other thing we haven't spoke too much about is if Chino, Pablo, or Sky Scroll go down like right now and a bunch of teams pass them, well, it no longer is top 5 to qualify, but hopefully it doesn't happen here for the other players.
Karama and Akira, they want more. Also, maybe recognizing the fact that Chino probably has decent stuff to work with, but they'll have to settle for just taking down that initial elimination. 2 elims right now for Akira and Karama. And look, don't get me wrong, Takata, 187 points. When you look at the top 5 right now, Swizzy Pixie entering this game at 274. It's not impossible, but it is going to rely very heavily on them acquiring a ton of eliminations, a very strong, but ideally a victory royale in this last lobby. If there was ever a time to do it, this would be the one. But first and foremost, Sato, he's just trying to survive.
Don't know if it's pressure. Don't know if it's because they've been getting chased since the start of the match, but this is the nightmare match for Podesai and Sato when they really have to make it count. On the contrary, if Swizzy and Pixie are aware that this is happening, you know they're going to have a smile on their face knowing that their main competitor for that qualifying range is having a very tough start.
This is starting to become more and more dire as the zones tick on. Podesai and Sato. They were so close to cementing themselves in that top 5 position. It was only a singular point that separated them initially, and technically speaking, they are there. It's Swizzy Pixie, 274 points versus 276, but Sky, Scroll, they just can't stay away from trouble here. Scroll is not careful, might be taken out before Sky has a chance to actually reboot, but he's running straight into the heart of where Seti and Comic are at, and if there's one thing these two need, it's definitely going to be elimination points, but also Seti Comic, they might not be healthy enough to actually take up this fight. No, they're gonna pull a little bit of distance shots, and Scroll just has nothing left to work with here. Comic will be able to find that one. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and that's gonna be the other half of it. Sky and Scroll are fully eliminated. They were in that 4th place position heading into this final lobby, and they might find themselves getting nudged out of it. It all depends on the performance. Swizzy Pixie, Podesai Sato, and Kashi Fieren.
This could be bad. This could be quite bad for a lot of the teams who are right on that borderline of qualifying. Sky and Scroll are most definitely going to get past here, but by how many duos is the big question.
I feel like the only thing going through Podesai and Sato's mind right now is just remember to breathe. It is so difficult, I think, to not lose the mental willpower in these kinds of positions, but it's not over till the lobby closes. We saw Darman Demish have a crazy comeback earlier on here today, despite having similar starts, so it's definitely an endeavor that can be overcome, but it's going to take a lot of willpower to just keep your heart in the fight here, I think.
Most definitely will. Sky jumping Momsy at 227. It's a little extra difficult for them, but still very possible as well. We're getting closer and closer to the moment in the match where you can no longer be inside the storm and you're kind of more preparing yourself for that end game. So as this 6th zone has now appeared, they're going to try and kind of prepare themselves for the rotate.
Can never count out Skyjump and Mumsy, though. They're certainly chasing that LAN qualification spot. 8th place to kick things off here in our final lobby, but at 224 points, it is definitely attainable to try and reach top end of the leaderboard. It's going to depend a lot on their performance, though, and a little bit on some of these other duos' final measures, too. But Firen and Kashi, Mythic Drum Gun, this is definitely a solid place to be in. They've already got 1 elimination here, Takata, and what they're really trying to pursue, they don't want to take it or make it up for chance. They really need, I think, a top 3, ideally a Victory Royale too. 7th place, and it's just so close.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on for these duos that are contending for the qualify. Skyjump Momsy, I feel like I always see them with a cube rifle. Hopefully, I mean, in the last game is the perfect opportunity to make use of it, as now they are going to recuperate some med kit, some of those heals, and it's just a matter of time before zone closes towards them.
This is all of Skyjump's gold for those med kits. Got to make them worth it. Tanking up some of these ticks of storm because they like their position. Once the partial zones come into play, you can definitely try and find yourself in a little bit more of an isolated spot. And where Skyjump and Momsy are currently based up at Takata, I think they do have a solid opportunity to kind of look in towards the rest of the lobby, look back, and maybe try to find some additional eliminations, but it will be tough because that little bit of a mountain face kind of cutting their line of sight.
This is where it gets exciting. This is where it matters. Reloads are now disabled. All eliminations are permanent. And it's the exact moment in time that Shino and Pablo are feeling the pressure. They have to find an escape here. They cannot keep having this lobby focus be on them.
That's so rough, though. They lose their spot of elevation because of the additional pressure from Momsy and Skyjump, the cube rifles. And not only that, but Cammy, he's going to take out Kashi. It's the last thing that you'd be hoping to see. You're in Kashi and Fiden's position, but unfortunately for them, their chances cut short here as Cammy and Hardy look to continue building up their lead on that top position in the leaderboard.
Odo Saicedo, I believe, have gone down as well, meaning that Swizzy Pixie have got to be feeling good here. One decent match could be all it takes. For Nebs, though, no shield. Blasted into the zone, knocked down. Nathan left alone as well. Reason with 9 eliminations. Hold on, I didn't even look at this. Noah has 4. Are you kidding me? They're already at 13?
This is the Hail Mary right now from Reason and Noah Riley. Not only that, but Pablo, because of that earlier pressure, he's now having to deal with 2 separate directions of attack, and he won't be able to withstand it. Chino and Pablo are out of this one. Fieden now fully confirmed as an elimination, so Fieden and Kashi won't be able to make it towards that LAN qualification, but Cammy, Hottie, they're still kicking. Another elimination pairing set in stone here as Twy and Cringe have fallen. Momsy Sky Jump, they can't withstand it. Reason and Noah Riley, they might just be able to do it, Takata. They've got 15 eliminations already on par with the previous Reload Elite Series Finals record, and yet still ample amounts of players that they can continue trying to build up those points for, but really what they're after, they're chasing the win.
Need someone to pinch me. I don't know if I'm dreaming right now. What are we witnessing? It looks like a ranked match for Reason and Noah. They want to go for 20. The end game has just begun, and they already have 15 eliminations. They're not even close to being done. As the aggression continues, Overdrive up into zone. They're just getting started.
Just got to make sure that they maintain that front side position. Swizzy, Pixie, Disaster has struck. Swizzy trying to see if he can get that revive opportunity up and running, but now they're going to be stuck towards that backside of zone, and guess who's looking exactly that direction? Hottie Cammy, Reason Noah Riley. It's a lot of pressure right now. Their builds just disappearing right in front of them because of these cube rifles, but Swizzy gonna tarp things out on ultimate low, but look at Reason with this cube rifle. Easily one of the best players with it, but Disaster in the final hour here. Reason and Noah Riley barely managing to try and maintain. It's a miracle that Noah's still left standing. A little bit of cube rifle aggression out of Cammy even, and that might have been enough to actually prevent Noah bringing this one back.
I'm not even sure either. Swizzy Pixie, they have a lot on the line. Their prime opponents have went down earlier in this endgame. They don't have to put too much work to qualify themselves in. They need to do a bit better than this. Impulse or Overdrive grenade onto Height does not connect onto Reason, but the shots do. Is it going to be enough to overthrow both Noah and Reason?
Noah just needs the siphon. That is all he's looking for on that ultimate high ground. He is waiting for his siphon opportunity. Cammy going to be the first to find a knock onto Fincheck. It is so much chaos right now. These cube rifles, you can see the plumes of purple just spraying all over the place right now. It's Cammy Hottie one more time having to deal with Reason and Noah, but Noah, he needs to find a knock. He needs it now. That siphon could not come at a more crucial moment. It's all about whether or not he'll be able to actually build up his HP bar here, because they need to stay together. If they want to win this, they're going to have to do it as a duo, but first, they got to stave off Pixie and Swizzy, and success finally strikes here. Noah Riley with his 5th elimination, make it 16 for the duo.
Pixie, this is the main player that's holding up the qualifying range for Noah and Reason, but he hit such a big shot. His teammates fall and he has no mats. Pixie falls as well. Demish and Darm, they want to finish in first place, but the double cube rifle is just too strong. Darm goes down. Demish is left alone.
But this might be it. Noah Riley, Reason, they've already confirmed their qualification spot to land with Summit. Now can they do it here for EWC as well? Cammy from underneath trying to send up those cube rifle shots, but he's only got 15 HP. He's running on fumes. Noah Riley from overhead, but he's found the elimination. The siphon ticks in. Reason is out. Can Noah Riley close this one out? But Noah, looking down, still has this cube rifle left to work with, and Cammy is just so injured. Comeback, Seti trying to intervene. They'd obviously like to get the additional placements, but first and foremost, Noah gonna get sent out, seeing back. This Q rifle is so disorienting, but all he needs is one more shot. All he needs is for Cammy to fall, but he won't get it. Still, were the eliminations enough? Seti and Comeback gonna catapult themselves upwards towards the high ground. They've just got to find Cammy lingering in the aftermath here, and Seti will take out his former duo trio member. That's an elimination spree at the very end of it, but a victory royale for Seti and Comeback. It's just crazy to think about what might have taken place with the leaderboard standings, Takata.
The raid bosses got taken down to 20 eliminations. Seti, in the end, were able to secure the victory royale. I'm honestly at a loss for words of what we have just witnessed. The shakeup that must have just happened on the leaderboard is undescribable. This has been the third qualifier for the Reload Elite Series. We gotta head back to the desk to break down what we just saw.
I don't know if we can break down what we just saw, because even Reese is literally scratching his head and shaking it right now. Mini Miner, I mean, geez Louise, if I may dare, because, I mean, we only had 7 duos left by Zone 10. I feel like there were people on page 2 of the leaderboard who were just like, listen, okay, just key it. We can make it to LAN. Oh, gosh, Mini, what did you make of it?
I mean, remember when Reese said earlier, yeah, things are going to be a bit slower at the beginning, and then things are going to start ramping up at the end, and we sort of joked it's going to go all crazy in game 8, everything's going to go mad. That's exactly what happened. Everyone was just going mad. There were people keying each other, cube rifles going crazy. A lot of that end game was just sort of like, why didn't these teams do it earlier on type of vibe, where it's like Reason and Noah on 20 limbs. Obviously they're not going to be able to in this sort of format, but you know, just showed what they can do in the absolute chaos. For Seti and Comeback, yeah, again, another team we haven't really seen. I feel like I haven't said the word Seti or the name Seti throughout today because we just haven't seen them perform, but you know, nice for them to of course close out the day with a win, but it's not going to be a qual.
That was clean for them, at least. Like, there was some chaos going up in height, and we have some very ethical victory royale from them going down. Doing it old-fashioned style, pump AR, you know?
Yeah, something so ethical about Seti eliminating Cammy to take the victory royale. The leaderboard is ready, guys, so we can see which 3 duos have locked in LAN finals. So let's take a look. And as you can see, Demas and Dom, never any doubt, they've also taken the top prize pool tonight. Harry and Cammy, Swizzy and Pixie. And I think Swizzy and Pixie must be breathing a sigh of relief that Podesai and Sato went down in 16th, Risa.
Absolutely, and it, you know, definitely benefited from their game plan, right? They were just kind of sitting in their POI because it was mid-map throughout the entire game. You know, it's very similar to how they play FNCS, right? They choose a draw spot in the middle of the map. If they pull zones, they can just sit there and play a storm off, and that really benefited them that final game. We saw so much chaos from like Podesai, Sato, Sky Scroll, Chino, Pablo, all fighting each other, and whilst that was all going on, they were just sitting, popping a couple med kits, relaxing, and moving themselves up into 3rd place.
And that was the one bad game that Podesai and Sato had all weekend, going into that game, all day. I mean, going into it, I was like, yeah, they'll have another good game. But it was just that chaos, ultimately, Reese. I mean, that sort of was their demise. And, of course, as you correctly mentioned, Swizzy and Pixie could, of course, capitalize on that. Excited to see those guys at the LAN as well, see what they can do when it comes down to that, because they seem like they're a sort of team that will thrive under those conditions, because, of course, they've done so well in LAN conditions before. So a top-tier team with a top-tier performance today.
Yeah, interesting to see the Danes are dominating in Battle Royale, and it looks like the Polish are now dominating on Elite Stronghold as a map. Let's take a look at all the duos who have qualified for the LAN so far across the different regions. Don't forget, North America is coming up tonight. They'll be sending another couple of duos through to the LAN finals. You can see that tonight at 10:55 p.m. CEST. Peter Bottomboy, yes, they have managed to pull things together in Reload, even if their Battle Royale needs a little bit of sharpening. And you can see from Qualifier 3, we had Australia earlier today, the Middle East at the same time as us, and Asia also sending their delegates through. Honestly, though, after seeing the games, particularly in the second half of tonight, Mini Miner, I'm so excited to see what Heat 4 is going to bring.
It's going to be exciting. I mean, today was great because, of course, there was a lot of sort of opportunity for some of our teams now to qualify through. Of course, we have 3 new teams now going to be represented at LAN for EU. But next time, it is truly the last chance. So it's going to be really, really exciting to see how teams actually manage that. Who actually...
In Düsseldorf for the FNCS Major 1 Summit. That's next weekend. It's Friday, guys. Can't wait to see you all in person. for now, let's sound that horn.